Thank you. Thank you very much. I know it is crowded here, but in principle there is just enough room for all of you. Okay. All right. Very good. Just a little bit more. Okay. Right. Can someone please close the door? Because I think there are no seats left anymore now. Okay. Right. I think we should start. Welcome to the first EUIPO conference on copyright. Welcome to all of you here in the auditorium of the EUIPO in Alicante. And the place is fully packed, I can tell to everyone. Welcome also to those of you who are listening and watching us in another conference room here at the EUIPO. There are dozens of people sitting there as well. They will join us during the social events. Welcome to you as well. And welcome as well to all hundreds and hundreds of copyright lovers who will join us here through live stream, through LinkedIn, and through YouTube. My name is Harrie Temmink. I work for the EUIPO, and I will be the Master of Ceremony. And the first task of a Master of Ceremony is actually to ask your attention for the rules on data protection, which will appear in a second, but I guess you know them already. For your information, this whole conference will be recorded and will immediately be made available on the EUIPO website. Later today, probably already, or tomorrow. And without much ado, if I don't see the data protection rules, then without much ado, I immediately give the floor to the Executive Director of the EUIPO, João Negrão.
Thank you very much, Harrie. First of all, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Honourable members of the European Parliament, representatives and colleagues from the European Commission, distinguished guests, friends that are joining us today for this landmark event and moment here at the EUIPO. On behalf of everybody here in the EUIPO, it is my great pleasure to welcome you all to this very first EUIPO conference in the area of copyright. And let me begin by sincerely thanking each one of you for joining us, whether in Alicante, but also many are joining us online. In fact, even more are joining us online because we don't have, of course, space to accommodate all the interested participants in this conference. But that's not a problem because, of course, we can make use of modern technologies. But your presence here is a clear reflection, in our view, of the growing importance of copyright in today's rapidly evolving environment. And we are especially grateful to the European Commission, to the European Parliament, and also to the Council of the European Union for their continued support to the EUIPO in this area. Thank you very, very much for the trust that you have placed in us to support the EU in this important area. And also a heartfelt thank you to the artists, to the creatives, to the IP experts that contribute to our programs. Your insights lie at the heart of this event, and I wish to thank you all for your willingness, but also for your generosity in sharing your expertise with all of us today. I look forward for learning so much things today from all of you. With over 1,400 participants from across Europe, but also beyond, it's clear that it is a timely and essential conversation that we have to have at this time. We are honored to host it and proud to mark this important moment for the EUIPO and the wider copyright community. Today's conference marks the natural evolution of our growing role in copyright, part of our broader mission as the EU's agency for intellectual property rights to promote the effective use of IP rights across our union. In this regard, I have to say that the EUIPO is no stranger to copyright. In fact, our formal involvement in copyright began with the first competence in the context of the Observatory to create an orphan works database, backed already, I think, in 2014-15. Later, this was joined by our out-of-commerce works portal, two important steps in safeguarding and enabling access to Europe's cultural heritage. Through the EUIPO Observatory, we have also played an active role in copyright enforcement, in research, but also in raising awareness. We try to build a strong network of cooperation with national authorities and supporting the implementation of EU policies in this area. This experience has confirmed a simple truth. Intellectual property works best when it works together. We work also better at the EUIPO when we work together with all of you. Intellectual property, and copyright particularly, does not stand alone. It thrives as a part of a coherent, interconnected system for IP rights. That is where the EUIPO brings its unique value, a holistic perspective of IP rights, deep technical expertise, and a strong stakeholder network across the whole IP system. This is what we can offer to the further development of this system. We help creators and businesses to turn their ideas into assets, to navigate complexity, and to compete in a rapidly evolving global market. It's in that context that we like to say that IP rights are not an end in itself. IP rights connect ideas with the market. Welcome, dear and honorable Mr. Voss. It's a pleasure to see you. And we are very glad that you have made, of course, possible your presence with us today. And the stakes are high in this regard. Copyright is not only central to Europe's cultural identity, it is also a powerful driver of economic growth. According to the EUIPO research, copyright-intensive industries generate 7% of the EU's GDP, and they support more than the creation of 17 million jobs across the Union. For copyright, this means unlocking significant untapped potential. In an era marked by a pressing innovation imperative, strengthening the copyright infrastructure is essential to secure that we have growth and Europe's long-term competitiveness. The EUIPO stands ready to play its part in this area. However, in today's creative landscape, we know that everything became more digital. It's just normal. It's around us. We can see it everywhere. They are also more global, and they are more complex than ever. Content crosses borders instantly, opening new opportunities, but also making enforcement, licensing, and fair remuneration even more challenging. This reality highlights the need to strengthen a copyright framework that remains largely territorial and not fully yet harmonized. While recent legislation like the Copyright Directive and the AI Act show the system's adaptability, the pace of technological change calls for deeper support and clear, more practical tools that need to be developed to support all the creators. As Europe's creative economy grows, so too must the tools that support it. Nowhere is this more evident than within the rise of artificial intelligence. That is, as we know, transforming how content is created, how content is accessed, and also valued. But alongside its potential, it raises serious questions about originality, about ownership, and the evolving role of human creativity overall. Navigating these challenges requires clarity and a strong understanding of how emerging technologies interact with copyright frameworks. This is where the EUIPO is already making an impact. Our recent report on generative AI and copyright that I had the pleasure to present in the jury committee of the European Parliament offers practical insights into rights reservation, into transparency, but also into the possibility of licensing, contributing to the broader EU policy debate. It also underscores the need for a balanced approach in Europe, one that safeguards creators while enables innovation in the field of artificial intelligence. To build on this network, we are proud to launch today the EUIPO Copyright Knowledge Centre this afternoon. Created in close cooperation with the European Commission, the Centre will strengthen the EU's copyright infrastructure. It aims at offering guidance, fostering stakeholder dialogue, and supporting focused research on the legal and practical challenges of the digital age. Our goal here is clear: to ensure that copyright continues to empower creativity, to drive economic growth, but also to support European competitiveness, our #1 objective in the EU. In concluding, we have a full and forward-looking agenda ahead all of us, with insights from institutions, from industry, from academia, and most importantly, from creators, the artists, the writers, the musicians, and innovators who bring copyright to life. This conference is more than a space for dialogue. It should also be a celebration. Across our campus, performances and exhibits by European creatives remind us that copyright is not just about laws and rights. It is mainly about people. It's about creativity. And it's about the values that we all choose to uphold. Let me close by sincerely thanking all of you, all the participants in this conference, especially the artists that shared their work with us during these 2 days. Thank you for joining us, contributing and helping to shape the future of copyright in Europe. I look very much forward for the discussions ahead of us, and I wish you all a very pleasant time here in Alicante. I hope that we can leave Alicante after this conference with much more insight, but also with a renovated energy to support further the copyright system in the EU. Thank you so much, and welcome again to the EUIPO. Thank you.
And the next speaker is Axel Voss, member of the European Parliament, who you should know here, he just arrived, literally. He just came out of the plane by car. We had to bring him in as fast as possible, but here he is, he made it. Axel Voss, please.
Thank you for this warm welcome, dear Joao, dear Renate, dear honorable colleagues and ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for this opportunity and also the invitation and putting together this conference. It's timely, it's important that we need to clear or clarify what we would like to see in the future. So for many years now, I have closely followed the invaluable work of the European Union and Intellectual Property Office. Over time, we have seen the EUIPO's competences expanding in step with Europe's evolving needs, from its traditional role in trademarks and designs to its more recent responsibilities, including also, of course, the protection of craft and industrial geographical indications. Through its observatory, the EUIPO now monitors infringements across the full spectrum of intellectual property rights, offering a unique and comprehensive picture of the challenges we face. In this context, this has been particularly encouraging to see EUIPO take on a more active role in supporting policy and stakeholder discussions related also to copyright. A field that remains both vital and intensely sensitive in the digital era. Building on its ongoing work in enforcement, awareness and education, including its contribution also to the live event piracy recommendations and the development of the Out of Commerce Works portal, the Office is exceptionally well positioned to contribute also constructively to the debates to shape Europe's cultural and also creative future. Today, we warmly welcome the launch of the EUIPO's new Copyright Knowledge Center as a technically neutral and highly competent body. The EUIPO has a key role also to play in helping policymakers navigate the pressing challenges of the copyright law. From the complex application of the CDSM directive to the unprecedented questions raised by generative AI. And for me, most important, you are ready to embrace the digital future. Not every administration is doing this in such an open, flexible, service and technology-orientated manner. So I'm convinced that this initiative will bring real added value to the European Union's collective voice and to the providing a central platform to coordinate, clarify, and inform a copyright regime that remains, unfortunately, in Europe too fragmented across the Union. So, more than this, you're offering the to strengthen the European Union's collective voice, to promote a more coherent and coordinated approach, and ultimately to reinforce Europe's leadership in our digital sovereignty in rapidly changing global landscape. So the superpowers these days are looking for dominance, influence, cash, and we should continue, and I'm deeply convinced on this, in creating our wealth, linking through our values with technology, and knowing, of course, that we need a new speed, a new scale, new intensity, and also new investments, probably in only few but strategic deep tech initiatives. So let us seize this moment, let us support also this initiative, let us act eloquent and flexible in forming our future in a digital age, and let us continue working together to ensure that Europe remains a champion of creativity, of innovation, and of rule of law in the digital age. So thanks a lot, and I hope you are all supporting these wonderful ideas and also this new opening of your competence center here. And if we are staying together, we can achieve a lot. But we need to stay together. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Axel Voss. Now the next speaker is Jakob Engel-Schmidt, who is the Minister of Culture of Denmark, and in that capacity also representing the Danish presidency of the European Council. Now Jakob Engel-Schmidt unfortunately was not able to join us here in person today, but he left us a video message Let's hear what he has to say.
Ladies and gentlemen, we stand at the edge of a new technological era. For generations, we have faced moments where new technology tested human values and human courage, the printing press, the radio, and the television. Each was met with doubt. Each has forced us to ask, can we trust what we see and what we hear? Now we face tremendous changes with AI. Deepfakes can challenge what we believe is true and what we believe is false. On the other hand, with a deepfake, I can be whomever and whatever I want. It just takes a simple prompt and a little help from my online friends, and I could become anything. I know that I've previously spoken harshly against the tech giants, but after careful consideration and conversations with several lobbyists, I've decided that I'd like to take a different approach. Let's set the tech giants free from rules and regulations. We must trust them blindly. How bad could it really go? Before this video turns into an episode of the TV series Black Mirror, I'm going to interrupt my digital doppelganger and thank the people at EUIPO who proposed this very creative way of illustrating one of many concerns about AI. Even though I'm not able to attend the conference in person, I'm excited to address you all from the realm between reality and fiction. And not just to be clear, I'm not changing my position on big tech. The endless possibilities that AI give us for reinventing reality can so easily blur the lines between real life and fiction. As you have just witnessed, AI can now be used to generate lifelike digital replicas of people's appearances, voice, and features. This was just an example of what deepfake technology can do. I can also assure you that this is just the beginning. In 5 to 10 years' time, or even less, the awkward gesticulation and mimic of most deepfakes will likely be eradicated and replaced by smooth, more lifelike movements. When you replicate a person's personal characteristics without consent, this can potentially damage the public image of that person. And at the same time, it can fracture our common understanding of real and fake and whatnot. Denmark has taken the first steps towards a better regulation of AI with a bill on digital imitations of artists' performances and the personal characteristics of everyone, for example, deepfakes. We want to give public figures, artists, and everyone else the rights to their own body, their own voice, and their own facial features with a clear legislation into the area. I hope that other European member states will seek to do the same, and I will do my best to my ability for as long as Denmark holds the European presidency. The future is not something that happens to us. It is something we have the power to shape. Let's join forces in order to secure that AI stays a tool in the creative process, a tool for good, not the means to undermining our values and our rights.
Applause for Jakob Engel-Schmidt. I almost thought that something was rotten in the kingdom of Denmark, but actually it was deepfake, as we could see. All right, now let's move on with the next speaker. That's the Executive Vice President for Technological Sovereignty, Security and Democracy of the European Commission, Henna Virkkunen, and we have a video message from her as well.
Dear participants, a warm thank you for the invitation and congratulations for organizing this event today. I would like to first of all to thank the EU Intellectual Property Office for the excellent cooperation and support provided to the Commission. I would like also to congratulate you on the launch of the Copyright Knowledge Center, which will provide creators and the general public with the key information on how to better protect their rights in the digital era. Copyright is vital to protect, reward and stimulate creativity in Europe. It ensures that artists, writers, filmmakers and other creators' works are respected, that they also get paid for their work. Copyright also gives creators and businesses the legal framework to experiment, collaborate and also build on innovative projects. In the EU, we have a very solid copyright framework which is essential to support artists and creators. we should ensure that copyright law remains fit for purpose in the future as well, by providing protection to right holders while supporting technological and cultural innovation. We are at a time where digital landscape is evolving faster than ever. Constant technological developments have created opportunities, but also challenges that have impacted the creative ecosystem. For example, the rapid development of generative AI raises important copyright questions. A balance has to be found in order to ensure that AI providers, they have access to high-quality data and the creators are compensated. In addition, online piracy continues to pose a threat to European creators and creative industries. Our assessment of the effects of the 2023 Commission recommendation on fighting live event piracy highlights that some progress has been made since its adoption, but there are still challenges. We will now reflect seriously on the follow-up required to contribute to the solving of this problem. Dear participants, it is in the best interest of Europe to both keep the innovation and the creativity thriving. I'm convinced that the Copyright Knowledge Center will be important to support our creators and also users of copyright-protected content. The European Commission will continue working to make sure that the European copyright framework provides creators and the creative industries with strong safeguards to help them succeed in a competitive economy. Innovation should not come at the expense of copyright and human creativity. Thank you once again for organizing this event today. I wish you great discussions, and I'm waiting to hear about your outcomes today.
Henna Virkkunen. And we continue the opening ceremony with Renate Nikolay, who is the Deputy Director General for Communication Networks, Content and Technology, better known as DG Connect. The floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, great to be here at EUIPO today, at the day of the launch of the Copyright Knowledge Center. Great to be here at EUIPO today for this conference that talks about such an important issue as copyright and the digital age. We have heard from the speakers, we are facing challenges, whether it's online piracy, whether it's the piracy of online live events, whether it's the rapidly growing demand for generative AI and what it does to copyright. Our legal framework is tested. It's tested to the limits as to whether it can still be effective against the technological revolution that we are witnessing. And it's high time to discuss with experts here, what to do about that. I want to bring in, for your kind of starting of the conference today, what we see as the next steps from the European Commission side. First of all, you have heard online piracy remains an important issue for us. You remember that in 2023, we issued the recommendation, and we have just today, fresh out of the printer, published our assessment of the effects of this recommendation. We have taken stock of the progress made following the recommendation. We have also there been helped a lot by our good cooperation with EUIPO, here at the Observatory of IPR Infringements. And our assessment shows that whilst the recommendation has certainly prompted a debate and also some positive developments, we are nowhere where we should be. Whilst some member states have introduced a system that is quite important to address online piracy, such as dynamic injunctions, we don't see that everywhere. We also see that we still have issues of how to treat the kind of the notices that come out, because of course we have quite a new kind of scene of who is active in the area of online privacy. So we do not really see that the non-binding recommendation has really been a game changer. We see persisting issues because the online intermediaries are not addressing the notices. We are not seeing enough effective follow-up. Piracy continues to evolve, taking more sophisticated forms, and it requires the cooperation of intermediaries at different levels to look at the whole internet ecosystem to really address the problem in an effective way. In light of this, the Commission has to deal with further kind of steps to be taken and potential further actions to be taken to better address piracy of live events at the EU level. Second, when moving on dealing with copyright in the AI age, we of course cannot kind of do this without taking into account the Digital Services Act. One of our horizontal instruments that kind of looks at illegal content online. Here, the DSA is very strong because illegal content includes, of course, also copyright infringing content. So that's why, the DSA has to be looked at because it kind of includes a lot of user empowerment provisions such as, notice and action mechanisms, orders to be brought against illegal content, and of course it kind of creates the issue of the trusted flagger that has an important kind of role also in accelerating the responses from online platforms. That's why this week when I chaired the European Board of Digital Services authorities, so the member states authorities that work with us in the enforcement of the DSA, we had a deep dive discussion on intellectual property rights in the context of the DSA, and we also had the pleasure of having an EUIPO colleague with us in this. It is only the beginning of a discussion, but it brought together quite a number of really interesting kind of issues, talking also about the limitations of the effectiveness of the system at the moment. First, because we really see that even though some national authorities are quite, strong in trying to do injunctions and notices, they see that there is more and more sophisticated forms, as I said, of online piracy with new players. VPNs, not only the online platforms, but you also have other hosting services providers, you have the reverse proxies, you have other intermediary services, and we need to catch them all in order to have, a real kind of meaningful response. That's why we have decided we want to work further on that. We will work on that in working groups, and we also kind of said it really is important that the different regulatory ecosystems, so the copyright ecosystem and the platform economy ecosystems, have to talk to each other more in order to define the right responses for the future. Third, as has already been said, AI is certainly the game changer for our copyright system. In the EU, we are lucky because we are amongst the pioneers in the world to have a guardrail legislation with the AI Act that has started applying in August. And of course, you have seen that it requires GPA AI models. When they want to be placed in the EU market, they have to comply with the copyright rules, including the reservation of rights expressed under the TDM exception. You also have followed for sure the development of the copyright chapter of the Code of Practice that went live in August last year, and that includes this year, and that includes of course important kind of commitments from the GPAI providers. For example, that they need to make sure they do not use illegal content in the training of their models, or that they kind of comply with the opt-out protocols. We are currently, working on facilitating the implementation of these measures so that they really have an impact. A lot has been said about this. We also have to look at a template for the sufficiently detailed summary that gives a kind of boost into the transparency on what is used for the AI training. They are a step in the right direction. They are probably not the final answer to getting the transparency balance right in the context of AI and copyright. But my view is that we need to closely monitor it to see what impact it has and then build further on it so that we can have an observation of what impact it has on licensing opportunities, on effective enforcement remedies, and maybe also open ideas of further kind of standardization tools, repositories, you name it. Certainly things that will be discussed in this forum. When it comes to licensing, a key kind of issue for getting the balance right between AI and copyright, we are seeing and observing with interest some positive steps, especially in the music sector recently, with new deals coming forward, both for the training of AI and for the development of new AI-powered tools for artists and producers. At the same time, we are also seeing lawsuits, so effective enforcement of law being initiated against AI providers. And for example, the recent ruling of the Munich Regional Court in the GEMA OpenAI case is certainly an interesting kind of reference point, an interesting point also to discuss what are the limits of the TDM exemption, what is the limit of reproduction or of communication to the public. We will, as the Commission, explore solutions to support the conclusion of licensing agreements between the creative sectors and the AI providers, while ensuring that, of course, also creators and artists can benefit from new revenue streams. We also kind of see a change from the focus of, the use of copyright-protected content for the training of AI to kind of more to the output of AI, the AI-generated output debate, in particular in the context of the press publishing sector, in particular with the appearance of the AI overviews. And I think that is something that we will have to observe further because technology is advancing rapidly, and I think we will see much more changes in the future. In this regard, Axel Voss' work in the URI committee will certainly be an important inspiration, as always, when he works on the AI and copyright kind of own initiative report, with interesting ideas such as new rights or presumption of use, and you name it. My conclusion is that 2026 will be the year of copyright in the Commission, because we will have to assess our TSM directive, its impacts, its effectiveness when it comes to the rights that we introduced in 2019, and of course how they are being played in the constantly changing environment that we are witnessing. So we will have to assess, for instance, the press publishers' rights, taking account of how AI affects the media sector. Big debate. We also will look at the exceptions, the rules on online sharing platforms, and of course the provisions on the creators' remuneration. We are also, of course, observing with interest what is happening in other parts of the world, in other jurisdictions, on getting the balance right between AI and copyright. The EU stands also for AI innovation, also for the opportunities for AI, for the creative sector, but that does not mean that we will not continue to strive for fair and sustainable remuneration for the creative sector in the AI revolution. So I hope that with the support of this conference organized by EUIPO, we will all get back with interesting ideas for the future when it comes to transparency, fair remuneration, licensing arrangements in the digital age, and I wish us all very good discussions here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Renate. And I should say to the audience here, she came in the same plane as Axel Voss, so she was also quite in a hurry actually to come here. What a copyright party we will have today and tomorrow. What are we going to offer? Well, first of all, this morning we had already a meeting of the targeted network of national experts to combat live event piracy, which is one of the issues that comes out of the recommendation live event piracy, on which we heard already previous speakers. And we had a very fruitful meeting this morning as well, and we will hopefully continue to have these meetings. We also have this conference, of course, and more details later. We have the launch of the EUIPO Copyright Knowledge Center later today at 6 o'clock. That will be in the main hall. And we have a rich cultural program, right? So you may have seen already around the EUIPO campus here that we have a creative market where 13 local artists and artisans are presenting their work, and they're also selling it. So if you want to start your Christmas purchases, why don't you do that here in Alicante, right? Okay, we have an art exposition as well. We have expositions for photos, on drawings, and on many other things that you can find around the corridors here. We have live art impressions. We have music, we have dance, we have a DJ, we will have a band playing. We have a mural painting by a well-known urban artist, Antonio Marest. You may have seen him already at work when you were having your lunch, when we were outside there at the amphitheater. Well, officially, the mural will be revealed tomorrow at lunchtime. And then, of course, you may have noticed that we have also a live illusionist here. His name, yeah. not an illusionist, an illustrator, I wanted to say. His name is, it's an illusion to, well, anyway. His name is David Lewis, right? And there will be surprises as well today, tomorrow. More than 40 artists we have here around in this campus today, tomorrow. More than 40 artists, people who are earning their money with their creative works, right? Okay, so, and when the conference is finished, tomorrow afternoon, there will be an after party, which is called the European Youth Copyright Challenge, where youngsters, students, young professionals, up to the age of 30 years, will debate the future of copyright, copyright law, copyright questions. And they will do so in a contest, and of course the best team will win and get a copyright award. Okay, let's focus now then on the conference itself. In the preparation for this conference, there were many of you that invited us actually to share their experiences, their copyright experiences with us during this conference. And we were very grateful to have so many of you showing an interest in this conference. Of course, you will have seen that the program is very much packed, I have to say. And then I can tell you we have around 48 speakers for 51 speaking slots. 48 speakers for this afternoon, tomorrow, for 51 speaking slots, which means that 3 people are speaking twice. Now, the question is, who are these 3? But the role for me as a master of the conference is actually to keep an eye on the time, and that is why, in the first place, the speakers, the moderators, they will see here on the screen the famous timer. Say no more. We also have asked the moderators and the speakers to be brief in their introduction. You can find the details, the bios of each speaker in the program, which you can obviously download online. And there is also, of course, the job titles will appear then on the big screens as well. Now then, a few words on the substance of the conference. The motto of the conference is navigating copyright together in an evolving digital landscape. Now, I don't think I really have to explain what it means. Actually, in all the introductory speeches you heard a reference to all of this, I think. It could actually also be the motto of the EUIPO Copyright Knowledge Center as we are going to develop it. And the program reflects it a little bit. So the program reflects the issues of copyright that we are already working on at the EUIPO, and it will also explore issues for the future, right? So not only focusing on gaps and problems and challenges, of course, as well, but not exclusively. We are also going to look into solutions, concrete, practical solutions for all the challenges that we are having, in particular online. Now, it's important what I'm going to say now, and listen very carefully. I'm only going to say this once, right? When we say copyright, what we mean is to say copyright and related rights, or neighboring rights, right? We do not forget the actors, the singers, the musicians, the dancers, the interpreters, the producers, and everyone else, performers, that make the culture in Europe what we have today. And they are also part of the EUIPO Copyright Knowledge Center. Okay, and with that, we have finished the introduction, and we are going to move now to the first panel. And that will be an overview of the work of the EUIPO on copyright today. And I invite the whole panel to take their seats. And the panel will be moderated by Andrea Di Carlo, Deputy Director General, Executive.
You are being creative here, huh? You are being creative.
Anyway, you introduce yourself. No, the Deputy Executive Director of the EUIPO.
Thank you very much.
Floor is yours.
So, good afternoon, everyone. So, talking about creativity, Harrie wanted to be creative as well on our titles, and this was nice. So, as Harrie was saying, we are talking now about the work that we have developed already at EUIPO. Of course, as European Union Intellectual Property Office, copyright is part of our DNA. Copyright is not only a pillar for the creative and cultural industries, but as well is a very important and core component of IP strategies for all kinds of businesses. So today could be the first conference on copyright, but of course, as I will show, and here you have a slide for that, we have been working copyright in many different ways. I will now illustrate very briefly, but before doing that, I would like as well to introduce the panelists today. It's not my show, it's your show. So please, Ariadna, Civile, and Carla, join me on the stage. A big applause.
Thank you.
So, as I was saying, we have been active and they have helped us in a number of areas, as we will talk in a minute, in a number of areas. First of all, and actually in the opening remarks, you have already heard some numbers, some information, some evidence of the importance of copyright. Well, I'm very happy to say that many of these numbers come from studies that we have carried out. So this has been an activity that for some years now we have done to prepare reports, analysis on the importance of IP rights in general, and of course of copyright. We have as well, and this was mentioned by the Deputy Director General, by our Executive Director and the other speakers, the fact that we have been looking at piracy. Piracy that over the years has evolved as well with technology, and we have monitored and observed what was this evolution and the damages that piracy was creating to important sectors of our economies. We have looked for good practices because, I mean, we don't have always to reinvent the wheel. There are many initiatives at national level, so the network that, for example, Harrie was referring to is very important for us to see what are the good practices and try to replicate those best practices as well in other member states. For example, we have had a study, a report on dynamic injunctions. The Director General was saying this could be part of the solution. Unfortunately, only few member states have this instrument, but we hope that in the future more will adopt. But we have as well worked on tools, first of all, tools for citizens. So we have Agorateca, that is a portal helping Europeans to easily find what we call the legal offers, so legitimate content services in their respective countries, and now Agorateca lists more than 5,000 of these legal offers in all EU member states. But as well, we have been working on orphan works at out-of-commerce website and portal. These are important portals because allow to preserve our cultural heritage while, of course, being sure that copyright is protected. But of course, and then Carla will probably talk more about that, education and, of course, awareness is very much in our DNA as well. And we have developed, for example, frequently asked questions for citizens, for teachers, and we have as well a lot of education material. So, as you can tell, today is the first copyright conference that we organize, only copyright-focused conference that we organize, but of course, we have done quite some work. And this session is exactly to revise with our esteemed panelists the work that we have done so far, and they participated in some of these initiatives, so for us it's important to hear from you. The idea is that this hopefully will set the tone for the rest of the conference, discussion on what more should be done, what are the places where perhaps the EUIPO and now through the new instrument of the Copyright Knowledge Center could be helpful. So without further ado, we go to the core of our session. And the first question I would like to ask to you is, what has been your experience, actually, with the copyright work that we have developed here at EUIPO? Perhaps we can follow the order, Ariadna, and then Civile and Carla. Ariadna.
Okay, thank you very much.
Well, thank you for the invitation. It's exciting for us to work with the EUIPO and to continue doing so over the coming years. Our experience started a long time ago with the Orphan Works database that has been mentioned briefly, and later on with the Out of Commerce Works portal. And I'm going to focus on that specifically because that's where our biggest hopes are. So for those not familiar with the system, the Out of Commerce Works system was developed as part of the 2019 Copyright in the Digital Single Market Directive, and it offered a legal basis for libraries, archives, and museums all over the European Union to make available online materials that are part of their collections that are in copyright, but whose rights clearance is extremely complicated. That could be possible only if certain conditions were respected. One is that the materials in question have to be out of commercial exploitation. The second is that they have to be made available on websites that are non-commercial. And the third is that rights holders have to be able to opt out at any time, and that's where the EUIPO's portal plays a crucial role. So we're talking about very different types of materials, from materials that were once in commercial circulation, like books such as novels, poem books, recipe books, but also magazines, newspapers, thousands and millions of pages of magazines and newspapers, so you can imagine the complications in trying to clear rights in that. But we're also talking about materials that never made it to commerce because that was never the intention. We're talking about family photography, boxes and boxes of family photographs that sit in archives across the EU. They are amazing because they're a great testimony of the customs, the people, the places. So it's very important that we can give access to these historical sources. We're also talking about amateur film, amateur sound recordings, so amateur music, scrapbooks, postcards, handwritten letters from the trenches. We're talking about posters, political manifestos, an incredible diversity of cultural heritage that can now be released. We had the appetite for that, we had the technology, but we didn't have a legal basis. Now we do. And that's where the EUIPO comes in and plays a crucial role. Through this portal, the Out of Commerce Works portal, libraries, archives, and museums who wish to publish these collections online make a declaration. We say, here's the list of the materials that I intend to publish online. And this publicity measure enables rights holders to come forward and say, no, I don't want my works to be published. So there's a chance for an opt-out 6 months before this material can be published. The opt-out can be exercised later on, but at least there's this opportunity window before they actually see the light. And it's really interesting to see, I don't have the most recent numbers, but some of the numbers that we've seen back in September, we're now at 2.5, almost 2.5 million works declared through the portal. It's big, but it's going to be much bigger. So this could be the size of the materials in a single institution, imagine throughout the European Union. But out of these 2.5 million, we've only seen 320 rights holders come forward and exercise an opt-out. So I think the numbers we've seen show very interesting insights, but if I have to flag one, is that there is fairness in this system. There is fairness in making these materials available online, even if it might make us a little bit uncomfortable because they're subject to copyright. They're going to be extremely important for researchers, for teachers to use in the classroom, for many other non-commercial uses. But yeah, they need to be able to see the light, and as long as we do it under certain circumstances that give rights holders a chance to oppose a use they do not wish. I have to say that throughout this effort, the EUIPO has been very, very cooperative. They've always been reaching out. They've always been available. They've been joining our own events, not only inviting us to them. So this shows that staff at the EUIPO, Renate, Harrie, and other colleagues.
Be very kind.
He asked me to say that.
Okay.
They've been super receptive, so it shows a very good intention in understanding the way cultural heritage institutions manage data, the way we make it available online so that the portal works for us. So they've looked into our data models, and they've responded positively to our request for the development of an API that enables larger amounts of data to be processed. So thank you so much for that. We look forward to further cooperation.
Thank you very much. So now, Shivile, you have been active instead in more the piracy part, no? So if you can tell to the audience here what is your experience working on that area and the work that we have done on that.
Absolutely. I think when talking about working together, the first thing that jumps into my mind is what was the major benefit of this network? So I think my answer is quite short. It's people. People we met, connections we made, and best practices were identified. And it was the EUIPO office that actually made it all possible. The EUIPO brought together government lawyers, national media regulators, and, well, we had to sit down, so shoulder to shoulder, brain to brain. Just the last meeting was this morning, as Harrie mentioned.
We closed the door, so that...
And so what did we do? So we discussed a lot, and we identified best anti-piracy legislation, best anti-piracy technological measures. We looked at the most efficient administrative setups, and we also looked at the best decision-making procedures. So sometimes we even shamelessly copied each other's laws, and why not? What works, works. Looked what can we do from the administrative perspective and so on. So basically, and the work will continue. So it's been a great privilege being a part of this work, and I look forward to the continuation of the network. It looks like our mandate may be expanding.
Yeah, this is the idea, and well, I think for us as well has been a great learning process, and there is clearly the intention to continue with that network as part now as well of the Copyright Knowledge Center. So, but now, education, awareness, youngsters, so this is always a key subject in this kind of discussion. So, Carla, you have participated in our network on copyright education and education, IP in education, so what's your experience on that?
First of all, thank you very much for the invitation. It's an honor to be here representing the IP in Education Working Group. You know, I have to bring our first meeting. It was in April 2017. And in the parallel sessions, we were discussing about how should teachers could inform their students about the consequences of infringing the law, the copyright law. And I still remember the discussion in the working group. It was very intense, and at the end we say, we need to bring a positive message about copyright and not a negative one, because education is all about showing the way and not punishments. So that was a very positive message that EUIPO shared and brought into all the activities, the outstanding work that has been done in the IP in Education Working Group, and that I would like to also mention the first study in 2015. That was the first, the kickoff of all this work, where the educational systems were inquired and asked to identify how IP issues were integrated in the national curricula. And it was very curious. Of course, we knew it would be in a different way. That's normal. But somehow we understood that some consistency should raise up, and the work should be developed in order to make this issue more present in the curricula. So, having this said, I would like to highlight 4 cornerstones of EUIPO work. The first one, you mentioned already, Andreas, is about the frequently asked questions. So the first one is to inform schools and teachers about the laws. We know each country has its own law regarding copyrights, but it's important for teachers at the school context to know the law and to make them understandable for themselves and for the students. So that would be the first one that I measure. The second one would be share good examples. And you are doing in a very excellent way, because they're not theoretical documents, they are concrete examples, practical examples to be put in practice in schools, and that is the best way to share practices. Always bearing in mind that positive message that came out the first meeting of the working group. These materials are very important because they are usable in all the systems, they are adaptable, and of course they can be tailored to the systems. And I invite you all who still don't know the materials, for example, Ideas Power at School, Activity Wheel, IP in Education Creative Diary, IP in Education Best Practice, and have you seen already the ethics of AI in classroom discussion flashcards? Or generative AI in education, interactive life left. So please, if you don't miss it, they are excellent examples. Third cornerstone, the development of teachers' capacity building. We know from our experience it's not enough to have good materials. We need to have the teachers on board and to make them realize the advantage on using them. So you have IP Essentials MOOC, you have other workshops and webinars. We have used also in Portugal some of the materials that you have produced, and all the other countries also, so that is also very important. And third, last but not least, we talked about that already here. Today, it's about connecting people, connecting entities. That is something very empowering the network, and that is something that I need to highlight. You do it in a brilliant way, because you connect not only at European level. I have written out, of course, the European Commission Digital Education Action Plan that everyone knows. You have participated in the European Framework for Digital Competence, DISCOM2.com, Guidelines for Tackling Disinformation and Promoting Digital Literacy. So a lot has been going on, but the focus must stay, first of all, on the students, on the people themselves. Because when they feel value, you have to develop digital skills in students. We have to make them develop critical thinking, particularly now, AI critical thinking. We have to work with them media literacy, ethical conduct. So creativity, innovation, entrepreneurship, they are keys, as you mentioned. But we cannot forget these cornerstones that are so important. So congratulations for the work developed.
Thank you very much. But of course, now, today, this is a bit the past. We have a good basis. We will continue this good work. You're asking us to continue this good work, and of course, we do it very happily. But let's have a look at the future. Now we start with this knowledge center. So curious to know, what are your expectations or main wishes, if you want, as we are close to Christmas, for the future EUIPO Copyright Knowledge Center? We change a bit the order, perhaps. Sibille, you want to start?
Sure, why not? I was thinking, well, being from the Ministry of Culture, every book wants to be read. So I thought, what does the Knowledge Center want? Perhaps to be used. So my wish, I think, it would be for the Knowledge Hub to become known, to become popular, and finally to become a useful and everyday tool in all of our lives.
Ambitious, but we will try. Okay, thank you very much. Arianna.
Okay, so you said we could make a wish list. So, well,
Christmas.
Up until now, we focused a lot on the technical side of things with regards to the orphan works and out-of-commerce works database. So I think we could take it up another level. There are a number of things that don't work, but it's not a technical problem. There are a number of things that require to be unlocked at a practical and sometimes legislative level. So I think the EUIPO could play a very important role in bringing cultural heritage organizations, rights holders, and ministries responsible for copyright together in discussing some of these aspects in an organized way. So we're hoping that the EUIPO could consider creating a working group on cultural heritage for these and other emerging issues that might be coming. Hopefully not only intermediating between these relevant actors, but also fostering the development of studies that enable us to have evidence on how some of the licenses are working in practice so that we can further build better systems. So capacity building in multiple senses in a cultural heritage strand of work, if possible.
Thank you, Renate. Not taken. Carla.
I will start with a story, if I may.
Yes.
Within the time, Harrie. Once I participated at Ideas or Creativity. Well, let me see in my notes. Sorry, I forgot. Let me see. Sorry for that.
No problem.
IP Awareness Day, sorry. It seems a contrasense what I'm going to say next, but it's not. And that day was very important for me because, you know, I have witnessed the children and the students engaged in all the activities, and they were asked to draw a logo, you know, and the logo would be in the badge. So I kept my badge.
Yes.
That was in November 2017, 8 years ago. And why did I keep my badge, you know? Sometimes I ask myself that, because it was meaningful for me. It was meaningful not only because I created the badge, it was somehow a conception of that day. It was supposed to be original. It's not that original, but it was my badge. It was drawn by me, you know? So that sense of ownership, I felt it, and I felt that I saw it on all the students that were attending the activities. And congratulations to Alicante European School and the EUIPO, EUIPO team, because it was quite a marvelous day. And why? Because it was meaningful. So my wish list is more a challenge to everyone. You know, we live in a digital age, and last week at Web Summit, I heard a speaker saying that the digital accelerates our lives. We all realize that, but the human differentiates it. So, if we can, and this is what I believe, and Raya, my colleague of panels, the participants here on site and online, if we all play an active role, our responsibility in order to make education and raise awareness about the ownership, the sense of ownership, self-respect, empowerment of each student, we will be in the right way to make them feel and respect their property and the property of the others. So I think that is my wish list. Keep on doing this work, this wonderful work, but bring all the stakeholders to the same table, the ones that infringe the law and the ones that respect the law, because sometimes the role switch, you know? And we know that, so we need to listen to them, we need to be aware of them, and need to help them and raise awareness about the ways in order to create more value in Europe.
Thank you very much. This is, I mean, we have had now a lot of input for our future work. We, first of all, thank you for accepting the invitation to be part of this panel. We look forward to continue working with you because, I mean, you will continue in the different networks that you are involved. We have taken good note because we want, of course, all together, as you were saying, all together, all parties together, and this is one of the main characteristics that we want for the new Copyright Knowledge Center. We want copyright to deliver its full potential as a driver of our cultural, creative, but as well innovative sectors in the European Union. So thank you very much. Please, a big applause to the panel.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Naya.
I hope we did well.
Very much. Yes, yes.
In time.
You're doing well. And let's move on with the second session of this conference, which is called Is EU Copyright Fit for the Digital Age? And we are going to look into the challenges, the gaps, the issues that we are facing from a policy, a legal, and an economic perspective. And your moderator will be Giuseppe Abamonte, who is Media Director in DG Connect. Giuseppe, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everybody, and thanks very much, Harrie. So a few introductory remarks, and then I will call the other panelists on the floor. So, digital technologies, including AI, have fundamentally changed how creative content is produced, distributed, and consumed. This phenomenon creates new challenges for the copyright framework, which must adapt to these changes. The EU copyright framework is constantly evolving to ensure its rules remain fit for purpose in the digital age. A key example is the directive of 2019 on copyright in the DSM, in the Digital Single Market, which introduced key rules for the monetization and licensing of content online and rules on fair remuneration for authors and performers. Our policy compass is set to protect human creativity, ensuring creators are rewarded for their work and thrive in the digital single market. On the other hand, and there is something which was mentioned before, given the competitiveness imperatives, we must ensure that copyright rules support digital technologies rather than stifling them. And this requires striking a careful and continuous balance between the prerogatives of the right holders and the needs of users of created content and innovators. So our speakers today will be Mr. Maciej Spuchna, First Advocate General to the Court of Justice of the European Union. Please, Mrs. Ms. Antonina Garanshvili, lecturer in economics for the Guildhall School of Business and Law in London. Mr. Martin Senflieben, professor of the Institute for Information Law at the University of Amsterdam. And Ms. Séverine Dussolier, professor in the Law School of Sciences Po in Paris. So the first speaker who will give the keynote speech is Maciej Spuchna, and he needs no introduction because he's a celebrity in our world. So he will highlight the evolution of the court's copyright case law. Mr. Spuchna is uniquely positioned to speak on this subject. He's been directly involved in several leading cases, ranging from Stichting Brain on communication to the public, Pelham 1, I believe, on the exceptions, and more recently in Quantum on the application of copyright protection to works of applied art. So his expertise has provided an invaluable contribution to the development of the court's copyright case law. So, Mr. Spuchna, please, the floor is all yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, President, for this introduction. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is both a privilege and a responsibility to speak before you today here in Alicante at the headquarters of the EUIPO, a key agency in the enforcement of intellectual property rights. As the theme of the conference aptly suggests, we gather at a moment of a significant transformation in the landscape of copyright within the European Union. This transformation is driven in large part by the central role of the Internet in the dissemination of copyright works. This intersection of new technologies with traditional legal frameworks has presented both opportunities and challenges that require us to rethink how IP is regulated, protected, and enforced. New technologies have challenged traditional premises on which the law, namely EU law, has been based for decades. As we know, social changes often precede legislative reform. Legislators respond by introducing new laws or amending existing ones, and ultimately courts like the Court of Justice settle interpretative disputes. The Court of Justice has played a pivotal role in this process, shaping the contours of copyright law through its landmark rulings. These judgments not only impact copyright holders, content sharing platforms and users, but also agencies like EUIPO and public authorities at large. Looking back and bearing in mind the experience of the last 20 years, let us look ourselves what have proved to be the biggest challenge related to the Internet. And based on my experience, I have identified several issues that I would like to share with you today. the internet, it's probably self-evident, but the internet has completely modified one of the fundamental notions of every legal system, that is the notion of territoriality. The distinction, what is territorial, what is extraterritorial, has become blurred. New technologies, new digital technologies, enormously facilitate the retention of information, the transmission of information, and access to information. And I have the impression that we do not yet fully realize how much these phenomena are turning our current economic and social concepts upside down. Another observation resulting from the case law on IP law concerns the exhaustion of digital works. In the seminal Tom Cabinet decision, the Court of Justice refused to apply the principle of exhaustion to digital copies. Yet this decision revealed another occurrence. I mean here that from the point of view of the user, in the digital world, traditional ownership does not mean a lot. As law students, those who are lawyers here, were taught about the difference between ownership and our forms of use, like license lending. In a digital world, this distinction does not make sense, or at least has a completely different dimension. When we read a book, we can see the difference whether we own the book or this is the book taken from a library. By contrast, when using a digital content, for example, software, it makes no difference to us whether we own it or we are merely authorized to use it. The experience stemming from the case of the court, especially concerning the e-commerce directive, rethinks our existing liability rules, and I mean here all types of liability. Looking at our case law today, one can conclude that the paradigm of liability responsibility has changed significantly. Under a traditional approach to responsibility, it was always essential to identify who was responsible for which wrongful act. In the case of wrongful acts committed through the use of new technologies, this picture is more nuanced and much more complicated. The experience shows that the responsibility of a specific perpetrator, tortfeasor, has less importance. This implies the so-called primary liability does not play a crucial role. What really matters is the secondary liability, that is, the responsibility of those who do not themselves act unlawfully, but who provide for a mechanism that either enables or facilitates the unlawful act or amplifies its consequences. For example, on the internet, it is clear from a practical point of view that it is always easier to issue an injunction against an intermediary than against an infringer himself. First, it is often difficult to identify the infringer, and secondly, in the digital world, the sole identification of the infringer does not in itself end the infringement. The uploading or downloading of illegal content may be done automatically. It follows that from the perspective of the injured party, the liability of the actual perpetrator tends to be irrelevant. What matters is the effect, in the other words, how to ensure that the damage does not continue or increase. And finally, our experience today clearly shows what the use of new technologies has invited us to reconsider the existing interplay between various fundamental rights. In the majority of cases that the Court of Justice is dealing with, the essential question is how to strike the balance between several conflicting fundamental rights. And I would like to illustrate today, it's still 8 minutes left, in relation to the case law of the Court of Justice. I will start with the case Virkkunen. Even though it was rendered almost 8 years ago, I find it important to understand some developments that followed. In the Virkkunen case, the court addressed the scope of the private copy exemption under Article 5.2b of the InfoSoc Directive. Virkkunen, an Italian company, allowed users to remotely record television programs for private use via the internet. The court found that the retransmission made by VICAS constituted in itself an act, a communication to a different public from that of the original transmission, and thus fell outside the private copy exemption. This judgment underscores the necessity for strict interpretation of exceptions to copyright, ensuring that they do not undermine the exclusive rights of right holders. And here I cannot resist the temptation to refer to pending case, even though in principle I'm prevented from discussing pending cases sub judice. But since my opinion was already published, I think I'm entitled to present to you the legal problem under consideration. The question in this case, this is HP Netherlands case, the question is whether a subscriber to an on-demand internet streaming service whereby protected works are communicated is reproducing those works within the meaning of Article 5, where the subscriber has the possibility of using the services also offline. And we all use it. I mean, I refer here to Spotify of Netflix. We can listen being online, but we can also store it on our iPhone or computer. And the question is that if we do it, whether we are using a private copy exception. And my proposal to the court is the negative. I propose to the court that this service involves those works being saved in the memory of the subscriber device in such a way that they could only listen to or watch them during the specific period of time and for which they were communicated. The service provider, by using technological measures, retains full control over the works. Therefore, we are not dealing here with a private copy. It's another act of communication. And this case soon should be decided by the court, but reveals another phenomenon of IP protection in the digital world. It is true that, as I said in the beginning of my speech, that the internet enormously facilitated the transmission of information and also the transmission of works protected by various IP rights. While on the one hand, one could therefore conclude that the violations of IP rights have become facilitated. But on the other hand, when one looks at the way in which many platforms operate, it appears that the right holders have obtained new means over how to control the way we are using these works. Just to give you an example, when I download a movie on Netflix, I can watch it offline, but whenever I'm moving from Poland to Luxembourg, the system immediately identifies that I change my location, and the watching is no longer possible. Let me refer to another case, which is the progeny of VICAS. It's the case Auxilion and the role of intermediaries in communication to the public. This case concerned an internet protocol television service known as IPTV, consisting of making available to commercial clients, namely hotels and stadiums, the necessary software and hardware allowing the customers of those commercial clients to record and to replay TV programs. In that case, first the court found that a copy protected works made at the initiative of an end user, but which is made available to an indeterminate number of users who wish to view the same content, does not come within the private copy exception. Similar to the situation in VICAS, such a service must be considered as a separate act of communication to the public. And secondly, the court examined whether the IPTV service provided, which only offered the technical means for users to record and replay television broadcasts, could be considered as performing an act of communication to the public. The court found that it could not, as Auxilion did not play an indispensable role in providing access to protected works. Let me refer to another case, which is, as I said in the beginning of my speech, that over the internet, it's not essential to identify a concrete tortfeasor. It's important, I emphasize the importance of the secondary liability of those who facilitate the violations. But nevertheless, the very important case of the Court Quadrature du Net 2, there was a reference from the French Conseil d'État, emphasized that especially as regards criminal liability, it is sometimes necessary to identify or to try to identify the infringement. That was certain contradiction between two lines of case law of the court. On the one hand, the case law on data protection saying that we cannot reveal under any circumstances the identity of the user, of the owner of the internet connection, and on the other hand, the need to protect IP rights, in this case copyright. So the court tried to reconcile and said that we cannot accept the system of absolute immunity, of systematic immunity, because if we cannot reveal anything, then all offenses committed over the internet could be never detected, unless self-incrimination, if someone admits that it was done. And let me at the end refer to another pending case. And this case concerns, first of all, neighboring rights. Master of Ceremonies said we should not forget about neighboring rights. That's the pending case Meta Platforms Island. Meta Platforms, this case raises the question whether the use of press publication in the context of social networks must be regarded as being covered by the exclusive rights of reproduction and communication to the public under Article 15 of the Copyright Directive of 2019. And the case is pending, but as some of you remember, this provision contains an exclusion of individual posts, and this is the case about Facebook. And my proposal to the court is that whenever we are dealing with an individual post on Facebook, but which is accessible to everyone, this is no longer an individual post. If Facebook uses an algorithm to propose the post is no longer individual, and the exception does not apply. So individual post is only where we are, if the author himself or herself decides to whom this post should be available. In conclusion, the court ruling served as a clarion call for all of us to remain steadfast in our commitment to protecting IP rights. They remind us that while the digital age presents new challenges, the fundamental principle of copyrights remain as vital as ever. I sincerely commend the EUIPO for organizing this conference, bringing together such a diverse group of experts representing all the stakeholders implicated in the challenges that I have been referring to. Its role is essential to ensuring that the IP rights are enforced in an ever-evolving digital landscape. For my part, I can assure that the Court of Justice is ready to meet these challenges and to strike the right balance between all the differences at stake. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sputzner, for all the inspiring overview on the evolution of the Court of Justice and all the insights, the generous insights on the pending cases, which I listened to you with enthusiasm and extreme and keen attention. And now I would like to move on to the next speaker, so Antonina, who will share the perspective of an economist on copyright's role in the creative industries and its impact on innovation. So the title of her speech will be Copyright at a Crossroads, Trends, Challenges for the Competitiveness of the Creative and Innovative Sectors.
Thank you, Giuseppe.
You can stand up if you don't mind.
Right. Thank you so much. It's a great honor to be on this panel. and to be able to represent the voice of economists, copyright economics. I did start my career in intellectual property economics as a trainee back more than 12 years ago here at EUIPO. And later on, my career evolved at World IPO, Padova University, UNCTAD, Bournemouth University. And my perspective today here focuses on the economic role of copyrights in sustaining competitiveness and innovation in Europe's creative sectors. So I will speak a little bit on economics theory point of view and some empirical research. So let me start with the first slide. Creative industries in the EU are highly significant. In fact, they do, we can call them one of the cornerstone industries in the EU economy. They alone account for more than 17 million jobs in the European market, generating nearly 7% of the GDP. So this really creates a central role and makes it very significant in this context of new, rapid digital transformation. As we can see, a very large portion of our economy is going to be directly affected by it. What is the purpose of copyright from economics perspective? Well, we can distinguish several key purposes. Why do we have this legal right that helps, that really imposes specific monopoly right? So the first purpose, of course, is to protect the original works of authorship. So the authors are able to reap financial benefits from their efforts, from their creations. That is not the single purpose. Copyright also incentivizes creativity and innovation for the public good. So public interest is also very much out there, not just the private interest. We want the authors to be able to reap financial remuneration from their works. At the same time, it will foster the creativity. And of course, in line with economic reasoning, copyright very much facilitates the market exchanges, serving the purpose of enabling intermediary interactions, right? Facilitate market exchanges, make the selling of the works possible. So it's very much about balancing private and public interest. And graphically, we can, it's a delicate task to calibrate how strong the copyright should be, because too strong copyright inaction will also stifle innovation, not only too weak. So it needs to be optimal. And here, as economics perspective, I should emphasize the importance to categorize copyright into different sectors. We know there are different sectors, of course. Copyright protects various creations on the spectrum, from artistic paintings creation, audiovisual and media, publishing and books, also software, databases, and IT. All of these softwares may need difference in approaches. They do have different, also it may vary in the spectrum of where we lie in time, in digital challenges, digital revolution as we are right now. So it may, there is no one-size-fits-all approach. Market failure. Why do we have copyright in the first place is really in economics what we call the market failure. It is the situation in which free market fails to allocate resource efficiently. In terms of copyright, we know that the public goods, they can be very easily consumed simultaneously at a zero marginal cost. It can be difficult to exclude people from using it without paying. This is so-called economics free rider problem. So public goods, yes, this is the classical motivation for having the copyright. Also, other market failures. We can talk about information asymmetry, another market failure. We know that the platforms, especially in the current economy, business models, platforms, they hold more knowledge than individual creators would. So this is where information asymmetry arises. Platforms hold more knowledge, more power in that sense. Externalities. Normally we would speak about positive externalities, cultural and educational benefits. Not everything can be monetized as an effect of creative and cultural sector outcomes. And they not necessarily need to be monetized, yes. Effect of architecture, effect of public creative works. Part of it can be monetized, part of the effect will simply be out there for the public benefit. So we have to be aware of this. And fragmentation, we do have 27 very different markets in the EU, and we might risk under-scale digital distribution. In terms of technological disruption, digitalization has made it much cheaper to create and distribute content, but it also has made it harder for creators to control how their work is monetized. So streaming and platform models have shifted a significant share of value towards large intermediaries who control the data, the audience, and the algorithms. Generative AI pushes this even further by raising new questions about authorship, originality, and how creators will be rewarded. And finally, as data becomes a core input for creative production, we see new market features, new market failures also emerging around access, concentration, and value capture, right? So for instance, data access asymmetry, as we see, of course, in user behavior data, consumption data, advertising data, all of that is more shifted on the side for the big platforms. And some, thank you, and some empirical evidence. Well, we know there are 360 million Europeans who use internet on a daily basis. 50 million of these Europeans also use some illegal content. Yes, they admit doing so in IP perception survey. The share is even larger among young people. One of the discoveries I have in my own empirical paper where I explore leading reasons for the online TV piracy confirm this, that the price and instant availability are the key reasons why anyone would engage in consumption of illegal content. We know also from IP perception study that actually 80% of Europeans would prefer legal content if an affordable option is available. And 65% consider it acceptable to pirate when content is not available. So this is where the EU market fragmentation issue comes really into play. So in order, as one of the channels to reduce potential illegal consumption. And second case study also comes from academic paper, which I have worked on together with economist from EUIPO and EPO. So we see that we explored a sample of nearly 300,000 EU firms. We discovered that 10% of them use some additional IP protection. Additional IP protection, we mean registered IP rights such as trademarks, registered designs, or patents. And we see clearly that the firms, of course, normally they are not SMEs, they are larger firms, but they tend to have higher turnover and more employment. So here we can see a snapshot from the paper dataset. Here they can firms either combine on an EU level registered IP rights or just national IPRs. A leading IP right, not surprisingly, is the trademarks used as additional support for the copyright. And what are my takeaways on this very short presentation? That the copyright should not only reward past creativity, it must enable the next generation of innovation. And it seems this line of thought is very much in line of what the audience gathered here today would say. Economics perspective supports integrated IP portfolios. They very much would drive competitiveness. We can see there is a demand to complement copyright with registered IP rights. And yes, EU copyright in the future should evolve towards complementarity, flexibility, and inclusiveness. Thank you.
Antonina, if you don't mind, so if you can stay there, because I would like to ask you a question. So,
yes.
So thanks very much for the a very, very stimulating presentation. But if you were to choose a single most impactful aspect that requires the attention of the regulators, what would it be?
Well, I would say that holistic approach is very, very important in this case. As copyright and creative industries, they do not function in a, in a vacuum, of course. They are part of the broader economic ecosystem. And likely the very, very key issue that I would say is important is looking into fragmentation, solving the fragmentation issue of the EU digital market, really. Yes.
Thank you very much. Thanks. And now, so let's move on. So the next topic is highly relevant, particularly from the perspective of creators and performers. The directive on copyright in the DSM included an entire chapter on fair remuneration in exploitation contracts of authors and performers. So the core objective was to strengthen the position of these professionals as the weaker contractual party and ensure they receive fair, proportionate remuneration. And something which is important is that the member states enjoyed flexibility in implementing these provisions in national laws and have seen different approaches concerning the principle of appropriate and proportionate remuneration. So I would like to give the floor to Martin now to tell us, to give his presentation, which is called Pay per Play, How to Shape Appropriate and Proportionate Remuneration in Online Worlds. Martin.
Thank you so much, Giuseppe, and also thank you so much, EUIPO, Harrie, and Veronique and the wonderful copyright team here. It's a pleasure to be here and share a couple of thoughts with you. As the word reconciling in the title already indicates, there are competing policy objectives here. I have them here in a nutshell. When you look at the top line, the first one has already been mentioned a lot today, so no doubt we need fair remuneration for authors, also for rights holders. Antonina has just referred to the important reward and creativity, creatorship function that we have in copyright law, so no doubt about that. But there is also cultural and copyright value in the AI innovation step. I'm referring here to culturally diverse AI systems. So when we refer to high-quality AI systems, then from a European perspective, this means AI systems that reflect European cultural expressions and values. And the moment to achieve that goal, the moment is now. If we miss the train, we will get AI systems where lots and lots of European cultural values are simply forgotten. And I say this because the next generation of AI users, the Gen AI natives, the generation that is born now. I'm a generation that remembers a world without internet. When I tell my students, I remember a world without internet, they look at me like, oh my God, you are so old, yeah? But the same, we remember now the switch from a world without Gen AI to a world with Gen AI. To the Gen AI natives born, now it comes naturally. Literary artistic creativity starts with a prompt, and then you add your creativity. So if we don't get our highly valued European cultural diversity into these systems right now, then with all we discuss here, lots of our cultural history, heritage will simply be forgotten. And this is in AI innovation, so we have to get this right. So how do we get this right? There's always light, of course. We see promising licensing initiatives at the moment. I will turn to those in a second. And then I dare proposing something that perhaps could attract some attention in the future. So I guess you all agree there's a very important current trend, a mega trend, you could say, is licensing. Doesn't come as a surprise, of course. We have the text and data mining rules from the 2019 Copyright Directive. There's a general exemption of text and data mining in Article 4, general in the sense that this can also cover commercial AI training. But as we all know, via an opt-out, rights holders can reserve their rights, and EUIPO can play a role there, of course, in making visible what opt-outs and so on have taken place. So the opt-out mechanism is, of course, a mechanism that we can turn into something productive as an invitation to conclude licensing agreements. That's very much how I personally have interpreted the collective opt-outs declared by collective licensing organizations. Of course, CMOs have it in their DNA to grant licenses for a diverse repertoire. On top of that, when we can believe current developments, you have seen the ruling from the Munich Regional Court, there are questions outside of the text and data mining discussion. So the whole issue of memorization, embeddings in the Gen AI models that reflect copyrighted materials to such an extent that we can speak about reproduction in the model itself. These are things that, if we can follow the precedent from Munich, would also require licensing. So very clearly, licensing has an important role to play here. It has also been mentioned that there are fascinating, really large-scale licensing deals. The Universal Music Group UDIO deal has been mentioned earlier. We have done a little bit of digging at the Institute, looking into what's going on. Here's an overview. And the intention was not to put this in a form that you could actually read it. The intention was to show there is lots and lots going on. There is so much going on that I couldn't stick to my personal rule that the minimum font size should be 28. So there is lots and lots going on in the CMO world, in the world of rights holders. So this looks promising. When we revisit the policy metrics from that perspective, I still must say it's not sure. It's not sure that we will achieve these two policy goals with just licensing. So don't succumb to the temptation to say we just leave it to the market forces and the hidden hand of the market will just solve this for us. It's not that easy. When we look at fair remuneration for authors, I give you more details in a second, but it's not clear that the money that is made in negotiations between industry branches will somehow end up in the pockets of individual authors and performers. Not clear. And when we look at the cultural diversity of AI systems, well, from a transaction cost perspective, if you are the Gen AI trainer and you have limited time and resources, you negotiate with the big ones. You negotiate with the big right holders because this allows you in just one deal to obtain quite a lot of materials. Why should you negotiate with thousands of indie labels, thousands of small production houses, if in just one go you can get all the music repertoire from Universal Music Group? So there is a bias in this regulatory approach in favor of the big right holders. And the big right holders can also be collecting societies, so I'm not saying that there is no diversity in the repertoires of big right holders, for sure. But still, if we want to have the full European diversity of cultures in the AI systems, not sure that this model will do the job. So once again, you hear very often at the EU level, it's solved, it's all licensing, it's fine. We don't know whether this will lead to the results. Does it lead to desirable results for artists? Also not sure, so here's what happens. So let's say we have a very promising license at industry level, the license I've referred to, if you can believe the press and so on, this universal music license is really a fascinating, a big step, but it's a license at industry level. So if you are an artist in that space, then first of all, if the contract that you got years ago was a buyout contract in the sense of a one-time honorarium, then the license deal concluded now will do nothing. If your deal includes a royalty component, you first need information on how much money has been made. And according to my sources, many of these deals concluded don't even refer to licensing. They are data delivery contracts. So whether these are traditional licensing contracts is the next thing. I'm saying this because many artists will have to refer to copyright contract law, which we have in the CDSM Directive 2019, wonderful rules on copyright contract law. But again, empirical studies, whether these are studies from Germany, the Netherlands, other countries that have experience there, show that individual artists struggle with copyright contract law, in particular because of the blacklisting risk. You might win a case based on copyright contract law, you might get extra remuneration, but in this small little sector where you do your work as a film director or something, you will be blacklisted because you are the difficult person bringing the claims. So whether there is additional income for authors, performers, not sure. No worries. I wouldn't let you go without solving this problem. So here's how you solve this problem. I would predict the future trend is on output. We have lots of attempts about input regulation in the sense of trying to take regulatory steps in the area of AI training. But the future, I tell you, is output. So what can we do in the output regulation? As a starting point, I add nuances in a second, but as a starting point, if we want to really realize the potential of European cultural diversity, the first step must be freedom for AI trainers to use copyright-protected materials. Far-reaching freedom to let them do their job, because what they can do best is developing high-quality AI systems, and they need lots and lots of diverse cultural materials for this. And I'm not only referring to the companies from abroad that perhaps look a bit controversial from a European perspective, so I'm also referring to Mistral in France and so on. I mean, let them do their job. They know how to build these systems, but we need freedom for this. And perhaps we need a couple, in addition, of must-carry rules, that a couple of cultural diversity must go into these systems. That's the starting point. Oh yeah, is this starting point achievable under the copyright three-step test? Yes, it is. I mean, this is for the copyright nerds in the room. I have studied the three-step test for quite a while. Believe me, I have done proper studies on this, what you read now, and on several occasions that this is not possible because of the three-step test. Not true. Let's not limit the policy space before we have even started this discussion. So once the AI systems are fully up and running and developed and high quality, and these systems are brought to the market, this is where we put a levy on the Gen AI system. That's the moment where we make them pay. And once they have and this means everybody, whether that's a US company, a Chinese company, a European company, they are all subject to the same rules. The moment they provide AI services, products in the marketplace, they have this payment obligation, and the AI revenue is distributed directly to authors and right holders. So how does that work? We can take as a template the single equitable remuneration in the phonogram sector. So we have a mandatory payment for literary and artistic AI output. This payment, this AI fee, must be at a sufficiently high level. Don't underestimate the potential of this. I'm not referring to peanuts. If you want, you can set the AI fee at 1,000 euros for every prompt. And that allows human creators to compete with the systems. Or you put it at 1,000 euros monthly subscription fee. I don't think that the creative people themselves want to pay this, because the more you are using Gen AI for your own creative practice, the less you like a rule saying 1,000 euro per prompt. But the potential for doing this is in there. I'm not referring to peanuts. So once we have collected this goes as a mandatory money stream to collecting societies, collective rights management, and then part of the revenue, according to the repartitioning schemes, goes to the creators and, of course, also to rights holders. So through the policy prism, this solves all the problems. This solves all the problems. Final point, I'm over time. Sorry, Giuseppe. Final point, what's the interplay with individual licenses? Nobody wants to kill individual licensing. So if we take this AI levy as a standard scheme, then following as a model the extended collective licensing rules, we can say, okay, if you don't like that standard scheme, you can opt out. You opt out of the standard scheme and you enter in the individual licensing. The thing is, if a rights holder opts out, under these conditions, then an author can control, do I have more money at the end of the day? If every month you have 1,000 euros on your bank account under the standard scheme, and after opting out and having an individual license, it's only 500 euros, then you know that you would have been better off. So we have an important benchmarking function here, something which in copyright contract law is always very precious to have. So thank you so much. This was a bit fast. Here are the references. Thank you.
Martin, stay where you are. So you have already anticipated my question, but I will ask it again. Just to make sure I understood you correctly. So, in your opinion, could this system based on AI levies coexist with licensing agreements concluded by individual right holders, and how? So, can you expand a little bit on this idea of the opt-out?
Yeah, thank you so much for the question. So that was in fact the last point. So, of course, nobody wants to kill individual licensing initiatives. It's good when the market forces do their work and we find negotiations there. The idea is that once we have this output-based remuneration, we can take this as a baseline remuneration. So as an artist, you know this is what you have for sure. This is what you get from your collecting society for sure. But then the idea is if you're a production company where your copyright and so on is administered, if they say, well, we think we are better off when we enter into individual negotiations, we think we can even get more revenue via individual licensing, then you can opt out. And then the advantage of having this baseline output remuneration is that as an author performer, you can compare the results. You know what you had before the opt-out, and you can see what the revenue is that you get out of this licensing deal, which also means that exploiters of your creative work entering into licensing have to make sure that at the end of the day, sufficient money flows back to the authors and performers, because otherwise they will be dissatisfied because under the standard scheme, they had a higher level of remuneration.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. And now time has come to move on to the next speaker, Séverine. So the next topic ties directly into the balance between copyright and other fundamental rights. While creators should be remunerated to be able to continue their creative endeavors, their creations are valuable for society as a whole, and it is why copyright is not an absolute right, but is subject to exceptions and limitations. And the EU legal framework includes several exceptions aimed at supporting public interest objectives, such as research, cultural heritage presentation, and the need to balance copyright with other fundamental rights. So Séverine, professor in law at Sciences Po, will engage with us on balancing exceptions, fundamental freedoms, and open access. Séverine, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I would like first to thank the EUIPO, Harrie and Véronique and all their team for having invited me here. It's a great honor to be speaking to such a large and distinguished audience. So you see that my mandate is really, really ambitious and broad. So allow me to focus mostly on copyright exception. And what I would like to do is just try to reflect on what has been going on in copyright exception at the EU level in the last 15 years. And I would like to point out two evolutions that for me, I think have been really key in shaping the copyright as we know it today in a very different way from where we were standing in 2001 with the InfoSoc directive. And I will be mixing the evolution of law, EU law, and also how that law has been interpreted by the Court of Justice with one of its most important representatives here. So actually my point is just to try to highlight those evolutions. The first one, and I think it's sometimes it's a bit unnoticed in the reflection on copyright. I think the first one is the fact that the exception has changed status. They were, in 2001, when the InfoSoc directive was enacted, I think they were considered as tolerated uses. You know, those were this list of uses that member states knew that were considered as exception, but they were seen, the most concern was that they were seen as a threat. And then they could be open doors on the internet for unconstrained, uncontrolled uses, and the work could be circulated on the internet without any possibility for copyright owners to get it back. And so we had to control those cases of uses and exceptions, and we could allow them, but under strict conditions, and those strict conditions should be interpreted strictly. I think it has changed recently. It has changed through the 2019 CDSM directive. I think it's changed the way we look at some exceptions, because those exceptions have been seen as some uses that are really important and enabling instruments to foster a knowledge society. And I say knowledge society, not to say knowledge economy. That was the title of one communication of the European Commission that started that process in 2009, Copyright in Knowledge Economy, that actually talked not about a lot of copyright exclusive rights, but a lot about copyright exceptions. And I replace it to knowledge society because my point is exactly that actually it's not only about economy, it's not about market, it's about organizing the public sphere in culture, creativity, and knowledge. And we can see that as the exception that have been step by step put at the core of EU regulation are organizing some sort of access, collective of public access to works through education, through cultural heritage institution, for persons with disabilities. The Art of Free and Open Works regimes are ways to move beyond the market and trying to promote access to works for the European public and citizens. Another evolution is the fact that legitimate expression of users is not only confined in some exception, but those exceptions themselves becomes rule and becomes mandates for the platforms to allow that expression to be made before it might be filtered, censored, etc. And this is the Article 17 of the Copyright Directive and the way the Court of Justice has interpreted in the Poland case. I think it's really, really an important move. And one case is particular in that regard is the VOB case by the Court of Justice, and you have written the opinion. And I think that what is interesting here is that the Court of Justice, strongly supported by you, said actually libraries have a crucial role in our society. And this role should not be only mediated by market. So we should interpret the regime of public lending as applicable fully in the digital environment, even with some adaptations, of course. This is the first evolution. The second evolution is what I call the fundamentalization of exception, so the meeting between exception and the fundamental rights. And its epitome might be the three-court decision in 2019 about copyright exception, where, again, you wrote the opinion, and actually that says that exceptions are users' rights, particularly when they are justified by fundamental rights, and it even leads to say that exception may or even must be transposed by the member states. There is still a bemol, I would say, because it said at some point fundamental rights should be guaranteed, so it means that states should implement those exceptions, but fundamental rights should be confined to those exceptions and should not be actionable as such as a defense for a copyright infringement, so beyond the case of an exception. So those are two different things that have moved forward, I would say, in the last 15 years of copyright in the European Union. It leaves us with some ambiguities or some conundrums, I would say, and we can find those conundrums in the Court of Justice case law that has to balance between what was before and this more prominent rule of copyright exception. There is the issue of what we do with the strict interpretation. Can we move to a more theological interpretation to try to ensure that exception plays its role? We cannot extend the scope of an exception. We agree on that, but sometimes we can agree that some ancillary uses might be part of what is allowed. Then there is the question of harmonization versus the freedom of the states. There is this, okay, the list of 2001 leaves some discretion to the member states to implement, but there is this obligation to implement. And what about the conditions of the exceptions? And then the last point that I raised is the fact that exceptions are seen as fundamental rights, but fundamental rights are not seen in some decision and in the 2019 decision as exceptions to copyright, because you cannot rely on the fundamental right as such to defeat copyright infringement, even though your use would be fully justified by freedom of expression and would stay in balance with copyright, because there's still this notion of balance that is important. So what do we do now? And what we do now, I would suggest that we could move forward, we could go further than what is here in the copyright landscape of European Union. First, exception as enabling devices. Actually, we should continue in that reflection for most exceptions, because it would accomplish the copyright objective that for me is about organizing a cultural public sphere and a market too, I agree. But there is also, beyond the market, there are some places where copyright is about making the work circulate and enabling a dialogic culture where users and other institutions can also participate to the circulation of works and to the access and reception of work. That would mean, in my view, to unlimit exception and limitation. So don't get me wrong here. It's not that exceptions and limitation would be without limits, you know, that they would be out of the cage and they could do whatever they want. It's not my point. It's the fact that we should stop viewing copyright exceptions and limitation as limitations of rights. They should be put within the regulation of copyright, not at the same level that copyright exclusive right or related exclusive rights, not my point, but they should play a role in that cultural public sphere in the right place, but we should conceive exception as some rule that is there to fulfill some purpose in terms of culture, access to information, access to knowledge, competition, innovation, whatever the purpose is. And that design of the exception should allow some flexibility, and some flexibility in scope, but also in interpretation. So the strict interpretation should really leave some place for a more theological interpretation. And then I don't mean to say that we should reduce the exclusive rights and remuneration of rights owners. That's not true. And I would even say that for some copyright exception, a remuneration of the copyright owners could completely be conceived. The problem is also the allocation of cost. Who would pay for that? Would it be the users? Would it be the institution? Would it be the public authorities? Because most of the institutions that I talked to you about, the cultural heritage institution, they are paid by the states. And we know that today the public budget of states is really in peril. So it is a real policy choice to make. But I think those are the future. The last point is about the fundamentalization of exception. That has already gone a long way, and I don't mean to stop it. I think it should continue to its conclusion, saying that exceptions should be mandatory for member states when they are grounded in fundamental rights, or the use that they permit should be allowed under different grounds. And the different grounds could be the fundamental rights themselves. You have some countries who don't know a parody exception, but they allow parody because of freedom of expression directly. And here I would disagree with you, I'm sorry to say, but I think that fundamental rights should be defended as such without the need to find their place into a copyright exception. Thank you.
So, thank you very much, Séverine. It's extremely, again, interesting and thought-stimulating. And I would like to ask you a question. So, on a specific topic, so how would you assess the impact of the secondary publication right on research and on the scientific publishing sector as a whole?
Okay, so it's not a question completely or directly related to exception, but it's completely related to my point to say that copyright should be about organizing the circulation of work, the reuse of work, access to works, etc., for innovation, for culture, for information, for education, etc. So the secondary publication right is not an exception, because in a way it is a right that I, as a scientific author, should keep. So even if I transfer my copyright to publisher, I tend not to agree to do that, and I tend to resist not to do that. But you know, if I have transferred my copyright to some publisher in my scientific article, I should be able to retain this right to publish it on open access repository, because it is feeding a thriving scientific community, which is part also of the objective of copyright, I think. So this is the sort of rule that would actually also enable some objective of copyright and not leaving everything to the market. So not saying that publishers will do their job to make their scientific publication circulate. They will do that. The scientific publication will have a market of their own. But in exchange, between researchers, the open access repository are really important, particularly for people who don't get the financial means to get the scientific article through the market, the young researcher, the researcher from the global south, etc. And I think it's really important. And it's also a matter of fundamental right of research. That is a right that is part of the architecture of the fundamental rights in Europe.
Thank you very much indeed. So we are, I think, on time. And let me see if there are questions from the floor. There is a lady there.
I would like to know if an artist is working here today in this assembly, do they have a
the microphone.
life?
Okay.
Okay. Can you not hear me? No.
Well done, it was good.
You were perfectly.
Good afternoon. I just want to know if an artist is performing here today, would that be considered a live performance payment, or would that be an exception? Because you know, we always hear about an exception. What artists want to know is, when am I gonna get my money? When does it come? This week or next month? Because I got to pay my rent. You know I do. So I'm so happy to be here today because, you know, the Copyright Knowledge Center is gonna tell us what we go get. I know it because all this time what we do is we pray. And you know, we pray to a man that we all know because his birthday is coming and his name is Jesus. He always has the answers, and that's who we look to. And now he's given you the idea of letting the artists know and the book writers and everybody when they go get their money, how they're gonna live. And the copyrights, what it's all about. The Copyright Knowledge Center is gonna tell us what it's all about. And I'm so glad. I'm so glad. Let me tell you right now. 'Cause I'm glad, 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 yes, I'm glad that Jesus Christ is King. 'Cause I'm glad, 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 yes, I'm glad that Jesus Christ is King. Well, I'm glad, 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 yes, I'm glad that Jesus Christ is King. Well, I'm glad, 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 yes, I'm glad that Jesus Christ is King. Things I used to do, things I used to do, I don't do no more. Places I used to go, I don't go no more. There's a change in my life that I cannot explain. I'm glad, 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 glad he saved me. Glad he saved me. Glad he saved me. Glad he saved me. There's a change in my life that I cannot explain. For I'm glad, glad, glad. Oh yeah. Hallelujah. Yes, we're glad. Thank you. Now, we're gonna get some coffee. It's a pause time. We go get some coffee, cookies and cake. Come on. You get some coffee, cookies and cake. Come on. You get some coffee, cookies and cake. Come on. Coffee,
thank you very much.
Cookies and cake. Come on.
The EUIPO We Are Choir with the great Janet Jackson.
Yeah! Coffee, cookies and cake. Come on. Coffee, cookies and cake.
And a great word of thanks as well to the great panel.
Choir. Coffee,
Giuseppe Abamonte. And of course, we would have loved to give you the opportunity to ask questions after this panel session.
Coffee,
but please use the coffee break
cake.
now for having your discussions on everything that has been said. And see you at 4:45.
And cake. Come on. Coffee, cookies and cake. Come on. Coffee, cookies and cake. Come on. Copyright. Copyright Center. Copyright Knowledge Center. Come on. Bye.
Thank you. Okay, if we can all take our seats, please, then we continue with the conference. All right. All right. Okay. Thanks to all of you for taking your seats as fast as you reasonably can. Don't get hurt, but that's okay. I can handle it. So I thought there would be two.
But we'll leave afterwards.
Yeah, you leave.
Yeah,
we
just leave.
No, but I thought, but anyway, because then we have a different group actually, although it's one session. All right. Can the people upstairs also take their seats, please? Okay, I think this should be the last time that I ask everyone to take a seat. Remember what I said in the beginning. Right. Okay, now I'm really going to start. Welcome back, everyone. We are going to continue this conference with a session 3, which is called Protecting Creativity in Europe. The voices of cultural and creative sectors in Europe. So we will hear testimonies of real artists. But before we hear that, we are going to listen to a presentation, actually 2 presentations, on the issue of cumulation of rights. And we are going to do that first with Estelle de Clercq, who's Professor IP Law at the University of Nottingham. And she will cover, yes, give her an applause already, why not? And then we have here as well, so she will give the academic dimension, and then we have the real practical business dimension of cumulation of rights, and that dimension will be covered by Ann Becker, who is Head of Policy and Public Affairs at Video Games Europe. So we kick off. Thank you. We kick off with Estelle.
Thank you very much, Harrie, and thank you to Harrie and Veronica and all the organizers here at EUIPO. It's great to be here at this fantastic conference, although it's quite a challenge after this nice performance before, and we hopefully are going to do a good job here as well. So my job here is to talk about intellectual property overlaps. So give you a very brief overview, a little bit of a challenge in 7 minutes, but I'll try my best. I've given you a few examples of decisions from the Court of Justice and the EUIPO boards as well, by the way. And what I will do today is talk about the academics, or, the law about intellectual property rights, overlaps, or overlapping IP rights, or accumulation of IP rights, as we can say as well, just to remind the audience, but I'm sure you're all very acquainted with this, and then give you some examples after that. So overlaps, of course, can happen in relation to all intellectual property rights, but they also can be accumulated with other types of parallel actions, such as unfair competition law or confidential information. And internationally, most overlaps are allowed because there's not much or anything in the international conventions. There are very few rules regulating the overlaps of IP rights. The most famous one is the copyright design overlap, which is regulated in the Berne Convention. Why? Is because originally IP rights were thought as watertight. They don't, apply in accumulation, so they don't overlap. There's no overlaps in, say, protecting the same intellectual effort by different intellectual property rights. So there's no issue with that. It's not causing any problems. I don't have the time to give you loads of all the reasons why we have overlaps, because my time is short, but I want to talk about the fact that in some situations there can be problems. And it's not to say that IP overlaps as such are bad. On the contrary, they can be very useful, and I'm sure Anne, who will be following me afterwards, will give you the view of the video game sector and how it's really important to have different IP rights to cover your basis. And I've done some research on designs recently in the UK, and the lawyers that I was interviewing were saying exactly the same. Oh, I forgot to register my design, and what should I do, etc. So you can use these different types of protection if you forget to register, for example. So there are basically 3 types of overlaps. The content overlap, of course, is the one I just talked about, is that you have an intellectual effort and it can be protected, for example, by copyright, a design, or a trademark. Best example, a logo, right? The level overlap is that, of course, we are here in the EU, and I'm Belgian, I'm from the University of Nottingham, but I'm still a proud Belgian. We have EU rights, yes, and national rights. So we have design, trademarks, we're in the EUIPO at EU level, trademark and EU regulation, trademark regulation, and the design regulation, but you can accumulate this with a national trademark or national design. And we can have a mixture of the two overlaps, content and level, so you can have double, triple overlaps at different types. So within these content overlaps, you have 3 types of overlaps. In terms of time, you can accumulate at the same time, so you have a trademark and a design and a copyright at the same time on one logo, in my example. Something that I coined negative in the sense you can't get a copyright while you get a trademark instead, and vice versa. And a posterior or subsequent is that you're trying to get another IP right once your first IP right, for example, a patent, has expired, and you try to lengthen the protection. Now, as I say, normally there's no issues, but sometimes there's some problems, and I will illustrate this with some examples caused by the overlaps. So first of all, when you have a concurrent or simultaneous overlap, you can have regime clashes because the rules are not the same, say, under copyright that they are under trademark. And you can also have sometimes overprotection because in all 3 types of overlaps, so simultaneous, negative, or a posteriori, because then you have so many different rights on the same effort that there will be overprotection at the end, restricting competition and sometimes free speech. And we've seen in the Dior and Evora case, for example, a long time ago from the Court of Justice, it can restrict the free movement of goods as well. Yeah. So there's some aspects of the overlaps between copyright, trademark, and designs, and I'll focus on this because we are the EUIPO and it's a copyright conference, but Anne will talk more about the other IP rights. They're all regulated by EU law, and we have this legislation, which I will not read in detail to you, but I'm sure you're aware of, is mainly the trademark directive and regulation have the same rules. Here I've put 4.1e of the trademark directive, but it's exactly the same in 7.1e of the trademark regulation, that you cannot register, even if the signs are distinctive, signs which are exclusively consisting of the shape or another characteristic which results from the nature of the goods themselves, or of goods which is necessary to obtain a technical result. And finally, which gives substantial value to the goods, because you're trying to basically not have a trademark on something which should be protected not by any IP right. That's the first ident. The second indent is that's what patents does. Yeah, and the third one, that's what design or copyright should be doing, right? So you're trying to separate the rights. And it's reflected as well in the design framework, because in Article 7.1 of the Design Directive and in the corresponding article in the EU Design Regulation, it says that the design shall not subsist in features of appearance of a product which are solely dictated by the technical function, because this is for patents to protect these features. And we have it also in copyright law, right? We have the ID expression dichotomy. And also the case law of the Court of Justice on originality in relation to copyright law says that you cannot protect functional features that's solely dictated by function. We had that in the football data co case, and also in the Brompton case, which deals with this foldable bike. And I'm very proud to say that the judge in the first instance court in Liège did a really good decision on remand on this, basically following the Court of Justice on this point. So this is great. We have this framework which deals with excluded subject matter. But then you go on and you look at the other aspects of the rights, and you have very little that's harmonized at EU level in relation to authorship and ownership. So you can have clashes there because it's mainly national law that deals with this. You have a little bit in the design, the design framework, the legal instruments at EU level, but very little. We have some convergence on the rights, but very little as well, because obviously when you have copyrights, it's a no copying, anti-copying right, so you have to prove copying. Same for the unregistered design right. But as you well know, for patents, for registered design rights, and for trademarks, you don't need to prove copying. So there's already a divergence there, which can create regime clashes. And for the infringement test, same thing. I will explain that when I give my example. But last but not least, and I refer to what Séverine was saying about the exceptions just before the break, it's great. We have now more convergence in the exceptions. We have that in the design, new design framework that was adopted last year. We have now a parody and a criticism and comment exception. We have a repair exception. But does copyright have a mandatory exception for repair? No, no, no. It's totally optional. So we can have problems there too. And that's what exactly what Séverine was saying before, that the exception, as much as Spooner was saying, maybe there should be or there must be mandatory. So to conclude, let me give you a few examples. Famous examples that obviously the EUIPO had to deal with and the Court of Justice had to deal with. The Lego brick, right? There was this case, very important case in relation to the Lego brick, where Lego tried, after having, in some countries it was a patent, some countries it was a design, that their rights had expired. So it's an example of a posteriori or subsequent or sequential overlap. And they tried to register a trademark. And, well, the Court of Justice said, no, you can't. And in fact, it can be protected by design law because there is specific modular protection of modular designs, all right? Another example, the Louboutin red sole, okay? This is the famous case from, again, Court of Justice, where the color was applied to a shoe, and it was not a shape. Do you remember what I told you before? Under the previous trademark directive or framework, this is also in the regulation, you could exclude shapes, yeah? That was giving a substantial value to the work in question, the product in question. So it was fine because it was not a shape, or the Court of Justice said it was not a shape. But now it's not just shapes that you can exclude. It's other characteristics. Some people have said, well, other characteristics, but anything could be something in 2 dimensions, like a pattern. And that's why I put the Louis Vuitton pattern here to say, well, maybe that could apply to colors and patterns now, this exclusion. It's not retroactive, but in future. So let me give you a few examples to finish off my last slide. I cannot not cite the famous spending case, which we'll have the court decision on the 4th of December, and because also the Advocate General is here, of the copyright design interface in relation to the Mio table and the USM Halle furniture. I've given the examples here. It's not a design case, it's a pure copyright case, but it's a very important case because it talks about the protection requirements and what they are under copyright law and the infringement test in copyright. And the issue is if the infringement test is the same or not in copyright and design law. So we will have a very interesting, I hope, decision, and I hope that the court will follow the excellent opinion by Advocate General Spooner in this case. But my very last point is the Dafonica case. And why is this important? This is a very old case, 2011, District Court of The Hague, just a first instance court. But it's really interesting because this case would not happen anymore nowadays thanks to the new legislation on designs, because in this particular case, I don't know if you can see it, but a little black child is holding a Louis Vuitton bag with the pattern of Louis Vuitton, and Louis Vuitton said, okay, I'm suing the artist for having included this pattern, and I'm not suing it on the basis of trademark or copyright, because I'm probably going to lose, because there's an exception for that. But there's no exception in the design system, so they sued on design. And this is the problem with the overprotection that an IP right can, or a collection of IP right, the accumulation of IP right can give you in some situations, is because there are no exceptions for that particular use. And in this case, the court said, sorry, but I'm using freedom of expression or freedom of the artist to rule in favor of the artist, because she was trying to make a point about the war in Darfur compared to these big multi-million companies making money in the fashion world. And nowadays, we wouldn't have to do that because we have this exception for parody and critique in the design system. So my time is up, but before I leave the floor to Anne, I wanted to showcase a few books that have been written on overlaps, and there's plenty of other literature, of course, that I could cite. But thank you very much for your attention.
Hello. Oh, great. The slide is up. So thank you, first of all, to the EUIPO for this invitation. And I'm delighted to be here on behalf of Video Games Europe to talk about how the video games sector leverages IP rights. And thank you, Estelle, for I did learn stuff from your presentation. I'm not a IP lawyer, so this is very instructive for me. So perhaps just very first, a little bit about Video Games Europe. So Video Games Europe is the trade association based in Brussels. So we represent the video game industry. Our membership is composed of national trade associations across Europe. And we also have the direct membership of some of the leading European and international video game companies. So Estelle talked about overlapping IP rights, and I will more focus on how video games engages multiple regimes simultaneously. So just a little bit of insight first where we are in Europe in terms of industry. So in Europe today, we have about 6,000 studios supporting some 116 jobs. And some of the most played games across the world, they are made in Europe. So we have enormous talent and skills in Europe when it comes to game development. Sometimes the perception is that video games are just for kids. Today, around 50% of the European population, they play games. And among the player base, actually 75% are over 18 years. So that is just a little bit to set that myth straight. In terms of market sales in Europe in 2024, this represented 26.7 billion euros, and today 90% of the sales are digital. So the entire economic model of video games, they depend on IP rights. So it's to secure the investment, it's to incentivize the innovation, and it's to protect that immense creative and technical commercial value that are embodied in modern games. So investors and game publishers, they will only commit the capital needed for game development if they can rely on the IP law to secure the exclusive rights in the resulting works, to protect the trade secrets and proprietary engines, and enable licensing deals, co-production agreements, and technology transfer. So when a video game studio invests 100 million euros or more in a new title involving several years of work to develop that game, they are really betting on enforceable IP that will ensure that return on investment. And without that, the innovation would wither. So video games are complex creative ecosystems. They're combining art, story, music, software, and technology, and they bring together many different kinds of intellectual output. So this was confirmed in 2014 by the European Court of Justice in a landmark EU case law on technological protection measures. It was the Nintendo PC box case. And here the court confirmed in this case that video games, they constitute composite works combining software and other creative elements that enjoy copyright protection beyond the software directive. Of course, here the court also established that robust TPMs, they are lawful where proportionate to prevent infringement, and that really marks a pivotal affirmation of the multi-dimensional IP protection that underpins Europe's video game industry. So we're now looking to go to the 5 core dimensions of IP in games and their layered protection. So first of all, we have copyright. Copyright is protecting the expression, including the visuals and the code, of course. So by way of example, you may have heard of Ubisoft Assassin's Creed game. So that is a very famous, very popular video game title. It has in-depth historical narratives and detailed built-up virtual environments in which players, they immerse themselves in history. They travel to 9th century Baghdad. It's the Viking raids in England, and it's the ancient Egypt and Greece, etc. So this whole virtual world in all these various Assassin's Creed games, they It's artwork, it's the storyline, it's dialogue, it's the characters, it's animations, it's cutscenes, it's soundtrack, it's historical reconstruction, and all these are original creative expressions, and they are protected by copyright together with the software code, so both the source and the object code. So companies, of course, they do enforce their rights in case of infringement, so they take legal action against copycat projects that, for instance, replicate their creative aspects, including character, maps, user interfaces, all that video game development has gone into. Then let's go to trademarks. So trademarks, as you know here, they protect the names, the logos, the distinctive designs that identify sources in order to prevent consumer confusion. So some very well-knowns that you may have heard of, and this is non-exhaustive: Fortnite Battle Royale, PlayStation, Just Dance, Pokemon. These are just some examples. So trademark also include recognizable characters that function as brand icons. And trademarks, they're really important for extending the brand beyond the games. So, for example, there are many famous games that have been adapted to films. Perhaps some of you earlier this year, you went to see the Minecraft movie, and that is based, of course, of the IP of the Mojang studio in Sweden, that is the developer of Minecraft. But games are also adopted to novels, and all these, they rely on the trademark licensing to extend the brand beyond the game. Also very important for everything around marketing and sales. So here the video game company, as the brand owner, they ensure that they can market official games, merchandise, films, theme park attractions, etc., under the trademarked name and logo. But it's also key to prevent brand illusion and fake products, and to ensure that there is consumer trust in that brand. That is has a reputational importance. And that's also particularly important for hardware and accessories to be able to enforce against the fakes that are on the market. So patents, so protecting the technological innovation. So they protect the functional and the technical side of video games. So the video game, for instance, the gameplay system, the virtual reality mechanics, the controller tech, the anti-cheat technologies, very important in order to ensure fair play, the haptic feedback systems, and networking algorithms. So you have, for example, patents for motion control technology, for controller designs, for replay systems that allow, for instance, players to watch matches from multiple perspectives, and cross-platform networking. So patents, they do safeguard that innovation and encourage that continued R&D investment, which is constant in video game development. Now, design rights. So design rights are really interesting for the video game sector, and was also mentioned by Estelle, because the law was recently updated to take into account the digital environments. So now you have the inclusion of graphic user interfaces, animations, non-physical forms of designs, and that means that game interfaces, menu system, animated transitions, in-game console user interfaces, and related hardware and software crossovers, they may now fall more clearly under design rights, under this protection, as opposed to only copyright or trademark protection. And this opens up an additional layer of protection strategy as well. So the EU's dual system, registered and unregistered design, is especially suited to games where you have both long-term franchises and short-lived seasonal items such as avatars, weapons, various in-game content. And these may be available just for weeks, for instance. Now, the last one, and that is trade secrets. So trade secrets, they cover the confidential business information and technical information. And that is, for instance, unreleased content, proprietary development tools, release schedules. So trade secrets, they protect what cannot or should not be publicly disclosed, but still holds that creative or economic value. So typically, a game company could enforce the NDAs to prevent leaks of unreleased content. So that pretty much closed that circle of these 5 core IP rights, and no single form alone would be sufficient to protect the complex work that video games are. They're all interacting in this layered protection. And they enable lots of things. So they enable licensing. You probably know how, for instance, the game Fortnite regularly hosts crossovers with other famous IPs, so Marvel, Star Wars, Lego, etc. They also enable user-generated content creation. So many game companies, they allow the players and fans to create content, to share and use on their platforms. And that's a really good example how copyright, trademarks, and third-party licenses, they coexist within the game ecosystem. Esports, so this is when teams or players, they play against each other competitively. So that is based on the licensing of the game IP to the tournament organizer. Music collaborations, so music collaborations where you have music performances in virtual worlds. I think during the COVID lockdown, one that got specific attention was the Travis Scott performance, musical performance in the Fortnite virtual environment. So it's all these layered IP protections that support this broader ecosystem and encourage the risk-taking and the investment. And that gives the confidence to the developers that their ideas and technology cannot be copied. So to conclude, I'll just put here our manifesto. That's called More Than a Game. Of course, IP is one of the absolute cornerstones for our industry. It demonstrates that IP is not red tape. It's for our industry. It's really the engine that enables this creation, and all these, of course, need to have their legal protection to thrive. So to end, yesterday on LinkedIn, I saw this job advert. I'm very happy in my job, so I didn't look at it for that. But I saw this job advert for a video game company to join their legal teams, and I'm not a lawyer, so. I think one of the selling points for this ad was quite telling. It said, "Come and work for an industry where IP is everywhere." So with that, I'm sorry for having gone over. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I'm going to sit down now because well, we don't have really time, but if you promise to make it short, I will pose you both a question with the request then to give a succinct and short answer. So, Estelle, first we go to you. So that was an impressive overview of accumulation of rights in view of the case law of the Court of Justice. Looking forward, what is the main trend that you see in the doctrines, in the case law, about the concept accumulation of rights, of IP rights?
Well, I'm not sure if I see a trend, but I think I would like to see a trend. And your colleague, I think it's Jo&atilde, was saying, what's my wish list for Christmas? Yep. So I think there should be more harmonization in relation to especially the exceptions, because you've done well in the design, or the EU Commission and the institutions have done well in trying to do that, but it's not perfect, as I was mentioning, the repair exception for copyright. So I would say more harmonization, but I think because we're in the EUIPO, I think you guys are doing a fantastic job, and I've not been paid to say that. It's great, no, because you're doing several things. You have different arrows to your bow. So you've got the observatory, now the Knowledge Copyright Center, education, having the training for the judges, the symposium for the judges, because at the end of the day, and of course as a judge, because you are judging these cases, especially in trademarks and design. But I think what's really important is harmonization is really hard to achieve at the Commission and in Parliament level, and the Council level, but it's really important to do it at the judge level, because the judges are the final judges of what the law is. And I think what you do is having these cross-disciplinary and national judges meeting together to discuss their cases is what I think should be carried on being done. So thank you for doing that. Carry on doing it.
Yes, and we did not prepare it like this, just to be clear, everyone. Yeah, but it is true. I think you have a point there. In the absence of hardcore legislative changes. I mean, obviously, what we try to do as EUIPO is to promote, let's call it soft harmonization or soft law promotion. So that is what we are doing. So thanks for that answer. Then we go to Anne. Well, that was quite an impressive overview. I would say fantastic material for teaching introduction of IP law. You can take your example, actually, and everyone gets excited about IP law. But looking seriously now to your sector, the enterprises dealing with video games, what do you see as the main challenge, actually, for your business when it comes to managing all these IP rights, including trade secrets?
No, thank you, Harrie. And I'm glad that was a useful overview. And I just give credit to my colleague, our legal consultant, Darren McCreevy, who has helped me prepare this. But yeah, so the, I mean, of course, large companies, large game companies, they do have large legal departments that, you know, manage these IP rights, and it is core. It's really important considering the enormous financial and resource investment that is going into this. Sometimes for certain video game titles, you know, you have years of development, and sometimes 1,000 up to 2,000 for some AAA titles, contributors to that. But I think Europe, looking at Europe's video game studios are mainly SMEs. Mm-hmm. And I think it's important to make sure for them that there is good information and awareness of the different IP rights. And I think here, EUIPO, I think you do some awareness raising on that. I also know that EUIPO does it. They have a specific program, for instance, towards game developers in Central Eastern Europe, so they learn about the IP. So I think we're also really keen to see whether the Knowledge Center can also be a resource for that as well. And I would like to congratulate the EUIPO for that resource, and I'm really keen to look into that. One point that is really important for the industry, and we love the EUIPO IP-intensive industries report. That is really important because I think that very nicely shows all that value of IP that is created in the IP-intensive industries. And for the video game sector, we are lacking some really good data on that, and that is, of course, due to complicated NACE codes.
Okay.
So I'll end there.
So that's, you ask a question, you get a complete list of homework with you. So, but okay, we are actually, the slogan that we have is inform, engage, and explore. So that fits very well. Okay, thank you very much, Estelle. And all right, and then we move to the next part of this session, and now finally we're going to hear the testimonies of the creative industries. Can we invite the artists actually to take their seat here? And in the meantime, I can ask David. David, how is it going? Going fine? Yes? I mean, you can't maybe see it, but he's making a fantastic art product here. And no, don't worry, you will see the outcome later, and if not tomorrow, but he is doing a fantastic job. Now, the 5 artists that we have sitting here, one of them is a journalist. So we thought actually, okay, if we have 5 artists and one of them is not only a journalist, but also a scriptwriter, then let's give him the floor and moderate the testimonies of these 5 artists here. And Simon Riou is, well, the moderator now. Simon, the floor is yours.
Hello. Nice afternoon to you. A quick word before letting my accomplices speech and giving you some fascinating testimonies. Once again, I would like to thank you for being here today. It's an honor, a joy, and maybe a little bit of concern, a necessity, because actually this panel could have been titled Kittens Dancing in a Hurricane, which is both cute but, well, concerning. What do a journalist, a music composer, a fashion designer, an actor, and a writer have in common? I'm not talking about sweet tooth for toxic liquors or what I like to call money disability. No. Well, we create, we share creativity, we try to transmit it, and sometimes make a living of it. But during the last decade, and I would say during the past 5 years, many of us, many of them, have realized, experienced that being an author, being a creator, was no longer such an obvious or well-shared concept. Whereas our fields of expertise, our passions, our practices are deeply intertwined with innovation, well, our fragmented legal landscape, a lack of formation, information, could transform innovation in predation. So we are kittens dancing in a hurricane. And maybe we are collectively at a crossroads, at a defining moment where law, creators' rights, and IPs, and trademarks, and copyrights, and all these words that us artists absolutely don't understand, need to be reaffirmed and shared. With the speakers around me that I'm about to introduce, we will try to share testimonies on these matters in order to understand how the UPO Copyright Knowledge Center can be a decisive tool for all of us. So please welcome next to me Andy Smith, musician and film music composer. Luciane Roche-Catien, fashion designer. Nathalie Boyer, actress and voiceover artist. And Grażyna Plebanek, novelist and screenwriter. To begin with, Natalie and Grażyna have testimonies and speech that they actually prepared. So, we are going to welcome them and hear from them, and then after that, the discussion will truly begin. Valerie, do you want to start?
Okay, thank you. I think maybe there is something on screen before I start. I don't know who starts that online. Oh, thank you.
Vivez toutes les émotions du cinéma avec carte noire. Et si vous envisagiez l'avenir en grand, non pas à l'échelle d'un pays, mais à l'échelle de l'humanité, êtes-vous prêt à nous rejoindre? UNICEF, pour chaque enfant. You can touch me, but you cannot feel me. I am more than you know, because I choose who I am. Rogier.
Visuel. Visuel, bordel.
Je suis au musée d'Orsay.
C'est l'éclate?
Tu m'en voudras pas, mais j'ai pas le temps de te faire des photos.
Avec elle, c'est pas pareil.
C'est pas pareil. Faut m'écouter.
Vous êtes là pour me défendre d'abord.
J'aurais aimé avoir le choix de ne pas le faire. Rendez-vous demain dans mon bureau.
Tu crois que je m'amuse? Tu crois que je suis contente de tous mes sacrifices pour n'avoir aucune reconnaissance? Mais qu'est-ce que tu crois qu'il dirait si ton père il était là?
S'il découvre ce que vous faites à la rapine, on est tous fichus.
And do not believe it's all appearance. Because when you're popular in France, it's exactly as if you're in the White House. People follow you. Shall we begin?
Thank you. Thank you so much. How much do you think I was paid for all that, and how long it took me to get there? Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I'm so grateful, really, to the EUIPO for this invitation, not only to speak for myself, but to give a voice to many others in our field, and to share my testimony on how our neighboring rights are essential to my profession. So it really warms my heart to see us all gathered here, passionate about subject, and committed to protecting what keeps culture alive in Europe. My life, my work, my choices all stand for one idea. Actors are not the decoration of culture. They are its foundation. I've heard that our creative landscape changes. And when reality changes, the law should follow. Studies show that over 70% of performers' work is reused online without proper remuneration. As actors, we are not protected by copyright. We rely on neighboring rights. I repeat that. We rely on neighboring rights. But these rights are not a bonus for us. They are what allow us to live, to stay creative, to remain free. For instance, many producers and young filmmakers don't even realize they need to pay, for our performance, for our images, our voices. It's shocking, but it's reality. Those rights actually recognize invisible work. You know, the hours of emotion, preparation, transformation that audiences may never see, but you deeply feel. In France, as in many European countries, we acknowledge the importance of these rights. The system is not perfect, but it does exist. And so they allow us to be paid not only once, but every time our work is shared, replayed, or rebroadcast, exactly as it should be. Let me give you a simple comparison. When I perform on stage in a theater, if people come to see me 3 times, they will pay 3 times the ticket to see the play. It's the same on TV. I get a paycheck when I'm on TV. So why should it be different on a streaming platform? When a film, a series, a commercial is watched again and again, shouldn't the performer receive what is fair? So this is what neighboring rights are supposed to guarantee. But the value of a performance does not vanish when the camera stops rolling. I have to address a harsh truth. There is a huge power imbalance in our industry. Most actors don't negotiate contracts, even with legal training. I'm a PhD in law. I've been an attorney. Do you think I'm negotiating my rights? No. Why? Because when you finally get a part, get a role, a voiceover, you are so happy to be chosen. It demands so much time and efforts to get there. Lucky you if your agent negotiates your rights a little bit. Most of the time it doesn't happen this way. And if you start to say, but there are TV, I will be, here and there. Oh, there are 5,000 actors or voices over behind you who will say yes to the part. So you don't negotiate your rights most of the time. You accept the condition because you want to work. So don't believe that imbalance doesn't vanish with talent. No, it disappears only with laws, structures, and collective action. That being said, we have organized ourselves through collective management organizations so we can demand better protection. In France, the oldest such organization is the ADAMI, in which I'm deeply involved. So we lead efforts to protect performers' rights, okay? And today, clearly the ADAMI's priority is clear, ensuring that major platforms, Amazon, Netflix, Disney+, respect neighboring rights and pay fairly. But this cannot remain only, national. What we demand in France must be echoed across Europe, of course. We need a European framework that guarantees fairness, respect, and compensation. This digital shift is not the only challenge. AI, of course, is another frontier. Our image, our voice, our likeness can be now captured, replicated, modified, sometimes without our consent, often without our knowledge, and almost always without any compensation. So how can we recover what is taken? In my opinion, the first contract must include protection against these uses. because our voice, let's say our identity is not a data you can sell. They are ourselves. And let's put it this way, if we are not careful, the next generation of actors may find their voices or even their clones before even they start. I'm sure, and we can discuss about that, I'm sure you have heard about Tilly Norwood, the AI generated actress. You know, no wages, no union, no rights. Recently, Matthew McConaughey and Michael Caine. Let me say that again. We adore Matthew McConaughey and Michael Caine. They have licensed their voices at 11 Lab. I don't blame that. Happy for them. But they are established actors. What about others? I mean, we need to work for everyone to protect every performer. So not just a few, of course. So to conclude, I mean, these rights are not just about money. Don't get me wrong. It's very important. It matters. But they're about justice, dignity, and about preserving the creative spirit that shapes, of course, Europe. So when artists are paid fairly, they can stay free to choose, free to explore, free to create. Neighboring rights are a vital tool to protect that freedom. So if we, artists, creators, performers, unite, we can shape the future. We can demand a Europe that respects not just creation, but those who perform. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Natalie. We will be now hearing Grażyna Plebanek.
Hello, I'm delighted to be here with my fellow artists and other distinguished speakers. Thank you very much for the invitation for this great conference. I'm here to give you the taste of how the work of writer looks like, really. So maybe I will just briefly say what happened during the last 2 months in my professional life. I woke up today in Warsaw, Poland. Yesterday, I woke up in Lublin, another city in Poland. I haven't been at home for about 8 weeks. That's because I promote my book, and without traveling, I wouldn't earn any money. You could think it's all about luxury hotels, red carpets, cocktail parties, but no. It's about shabby rooms next to libraries, it's about food swallowed in trains, and it's about the constant marathon with carrying a suitcase. Being a writer is one of the most mobile professions, maybe except from truck drivers. But to support ourselves financially, we have to travel all the time. I'm a professional writer, which means that I earn a living by writing. I make money on books, but I have to support this by other job, which is journalism as well, in my case. Let me show you writers' work in numbers. To write a book, it usually takes 2 years. That's every day roughly 8 to 10 hours. That's my case. So let's say it would be 50 hours a week, 200 hours a month. Overall, to write a book, it takes 5,000 hours. During these hours, we are not paid. We invest our time, our money, our force and energy and talent, obviously, and knowledge. We are not paid. You might think royalties are the solution, but no, because royalties we get only after the premiere of the book, after several months, actually, if so. We also get sometimes an advanced payment, but let's be honest, it's just an equivalent of a few small salaries. I mean, really small. And also this amount of money is deducted from our royalties. But yeah, now we have the premiere, the day of the premiere, everybody are happy. You go to the library, you go to the bookshop, and you buy my book for, let's say, 20 euros. 50, I wish. But no, it's, it's 20. I get €1 out of this on copy. And in Poland, where I publish, I got 50 cents because we don't have fixed book price for the book. The day of the premiere, my book is published by Pirates. So you have my book for free, so you don't go to the bookshop. If it's not enough, AI is stealing my work without asking me, without informing me, and without paying me, obviously. We writers often hear, well, get a real job. But let me tell you something. Writing is a job. Writing creates other jobs for many people, because writers and our stories are the foundation of jobs of publishing houses, distributors, literary critics, festival organizers, librarians, booksellers, the film industry, and the theater industry, and name it, much more. You can say that AI can write stories. Yes, it can, and it does, actually, now. But will never be anything more than it's already written. So AI never will give you anything innovative, anything creative, anything provocative, which is the core of the art. And it will give the feel-good product, which will sell well, but at the end of the day, it will kill the independent thinking of the humanity. Human writing needs to be protected, and literature will not survive without subsidies and protection. Without culture, we people won't survive. We will lose the ability to think independently, and we will become a pulp in hands of those in power. Literature is not a hobby. It's a job that creates other jobs. It's not a burden, it's an investment. So now to the conclusion. What do we need? I hear often about opt-out. As a president of the European Writers' Council, I have to say that for us writers, it's not an option. We opt for opt-in. This is the possibility for us, and this is consistent with European values. Second, we need better law enforcement. Because even though there is a law protecting copyright, the burden of proving that our job is stolen is on us, which means that I have to find it, I have to prove it, and I have to hire a lawyer for money, which I don't have. Piracy must be fought by fewer exceptions to laws protecting writers, because every exception means less remuneration for writers. And for every use of our work, we need to be remunerated. And the last one, we need to defend cultural diversity, because Europe is about that, about cultural diversity. AI models train mostly large languages, Spanish, French, German, English. I come from Poland, which is a great big country, but sorry for this, with a small language. So smaller languages will suffer, and we need subsidies for this. It's not only about the translation, it's also about writers' mobility, so that we can easier travel in Europe. And we need to make it easier regarding taxes, social conditions, and social security. Thank you very much.
Well, we just heard how a functioning legal system, a modern legal system, was fundamental for our activities. But since we are, specialists of the law, artists, journalists, there's one kind of people that is missing. It's the audience. The audience is not here, and maybe there's a critical issue, and I would like to hear you about that question, Andy. Maybe it's the information, the education, both of the audience, of us, and, well, I know it's a matter of importance to you.
Yes, it is. Thank you, and thank you for allowing me to speak here. When I listen to all of you today, I can only say there's a lot of good stuff going on. We all know that. There's hard work going on. There are lots of things that are being developed. But being a guy from the street, so to speak, meaning I sit on that podium with my piano and my string orchestra, which I will present afterwards to you guys, by the way. I'm the man at the floor. Now, I've been in this business for over 40 years, and I know by now where all these problems are. I could repeat what the two ladies have just said. It's not going to do me any good because it's the same story. What I do notice, and having been an educator as well as the director of a theater school for quite some time, what I do notice is that the gap between what does the new generation, speak the student, know, and what do you all know? And that gap is way too big and should be closed. Why should it be closed? The future, and that's probably my teacher heart, lays with the youth. Now, they go to a conservatory, a dance academy, theater academy, name it. And they want to make music, they want to dance, they want to design video games. Doesn't really make a difference. They want to be creative. What the education system misses is proper education on what you're developing. Most of the young musicians I've worked with and still work with, you ask them anything about copyright. Oh, yeah, but I want to play. Yeah, I know. They've taught you how to play. You know how to play that violin or whatever instrument. But do you know how to protect yourself? You're going to get 50 euros there if I go play. Now, that's not the question. The question is, do you really know what you're getting yourself into? And now looking at this opening of this copyright center, for me it would be an amazing thing if that gap could be made smaller by proper training of teachers, and the teachers, of course, then properly training the students that go into a world that changes very fast. I take myself as an example. I started pre-internet. You're in the Netherlands. I was born there. You become part of Buma Stemra, and you do whatever they ask you to do, and you're happy with everything that's happening. And eventually I found out the hard way, unfortunately, because I wasn't trained either, as in, yeah, but that's what you need to do. That's what you should do. Eventually internet comes, and I'm like, okay, I can distribute my stuff. I can now put it eventually on YouTube and later on Spotify, all the platforms. Not realizing that when I went to my copyright lawyer that does my bigger contracts nowadays, that she told me, oh, you've got something going on in England? I can't help you with that. So why? Brexit? She says, no, it doesn't have anything to do with Brexit. It has to do with the fact that each country has different laws. I said, yeah, but there's a harmonization. True, but it doesn't mean anything, really. I don't know what I just performed in his beautiful country in Romania. I don't know the Romanian law. And the way the Romanian law looks at what is harmonized can be totally different from what is going on in the Netherlands. Not to mention the fact that I know there's a number of lawyers here, so forgive me for what I say right now. If you have a good lawyer, they know how to work with a translation. I happen to speak a number of languages, and I look at European regulations, and I see translations which are perfectly done, but there's always that little gap that you're like, a good lawyer will take that apart, no matter what. Meaning, here I stand, the musician, the composer, the performer. Oh, wait a minute, but I can do this in the Netherlands, but tomorrow I'm flying to Spain. And next week, I'm in Romania. Not to mention the fact that half a year ago I was in China, and they don't even know what you're talking about. Unfortunate, but that is the truth. That's the harsh truth for every student, every new musician that walks into the field where I've been for 40 years, and I still don't know exactly how it works. I still have to call a lawyer and say, like, Bindu, what am I doing? How does this work? Why? Tell me. So, Harrie, I don't know, Harrie is right there. Harrie asked me, give us a good advice. Well, I'm not sure if it's a good advice, but one of my advice would be, please develop educational packages. make it that our next generation knows what they're doing, or at least have some knowledge, rather than when I came off at the conservatory not knowing, oh yeah, I wanted to play. And I did a lot, and I still do. And I still lose money every day because of the stupidities I did once I left that school. And I do. And like the two ladies there, I happen to live here in El Campello, speak just outside of Alicante, so I have a beautiful life around here, but I also like to have the food on the table. And unfortunately, even in Spain, you have to pay for that. So we have to make money, no matter how you look at it. And that's something that a lot of these musicians, but I could also speak for the theater people and for the photographers and for anybody else, they're lacking the information that on your level is amazing. I mean, I've heard a lot of good stuff, but the gap between where these people, like myself, the work floor are, and right there is way too big to make this work. Thank you.
Since I'm both moderator and speaker, I would like to add something. Because what you just said remind me, I think we have also a very big issue, very big problem with the general audience. When I began working as a journalist 15 years ago, YouTube was becoming something. And after a few years, I heard many content creators, saying on their channels, "Oh, dear audience, it's terrible. I can't earn money with my video because of content holders, because of that scene of a movie that I'm putting in my video, extra, extra." And for years, we have let content creators, work creators also, let people believe that copyright right holders were kind of parasites, that they were a problem, that they were restraining creativity. And that kind of speech, now in the time of AI, is becoming quite a problem. And for a few months, I'm reading, I'm hearing, people, moviegoers in my field, saying, well, at least with AI, we will get rid, of all those people who are earning tons of money with their rights, and I think collectively that will be an issue that we will have to address also. Now for something completely different. Lucien, I wanted to ask you, because I have to confess, I'm quite ignorant about fashion, and you're a fashion designer. So I was very curious to hear you about what can you tell us? What are your issues, your problematics concerning, well, copyright and your field?
Thank you for having me. It's such a great honor to be here, and I want to start with two contexts. The first one, stating the fact that when I sent my 80 slides presentation to Veronique, because I'm a visual person, she said, try to communicate verbally and advocate for your industries without referring to the kaleidoscope of ideas. So I will refer to two metaphors which involve you, the audience, and I would like to start with the brilliant artist David Lewis, who is engaging not only with us but with you, and it's a visual metaphor of what you stand for and what we are standing for, because it's like a thinking process. That's it. It is under construction. He's just doing the navy hue of my coat, and it being under construction is like a think tank in which we need to be very humble, and we have to be very attentive to what the academic brilliant people and what the law people and what the expert people were telling us artists, how we can be protected, how we can be empowered by these creative minds. And the second was an audio metaphor, and I'm referring to the gospel choir and the brilliant singer who was a member of the audience and then in such a beautiful and distinctive and profound way, engaged us all in what was a kind of manifesto. It's the same with fashion. Fashion is an extension of our personality, beyond trends, beyond everything that is taught or practiced by designers. It has to incorporate part of our personality. And it's the same with the artists that I was mentioning, and with the whole panel, that context is everything. And through IP and through copyright, we have the great chance of shaping not only what is happening today, but also fostering the future. When I say all these things, I'm referring to my more than 20 years of experience with 3 main jobs. That of a fashion designer, from 2020 to the fashion director of the University of Art and Design. And the third one is curator at Romanian Creative Week and more specifically Romanian Fashion Week. And from all these 3 perspectives, I came to the conclusion that it has to start always from education. It was so enlightening what the academics were telling us from the world of economics, from the world of law, from the world of IP. And what I want to propose, the EUIPO, new kind of research knowledge copyright center, is to make a fashion, but not only fashion, a copyright manifesto, which can be taught within not only BA and MA, but also in other universities. And it would involve all your creative input. And let's think about a kind of think tank in which we can enforce the fact that, and we can underline the fact that all the problems that were addressed today are not only concerning fashion, arts, creative industries, but are concerning the whole ecosystem, which can be a seminal projection of the future. And then another thing that I would like to add is that besides all these topics, in education, we really have the chance to prepare the next generation, in my case of designers, in your case of future experts. And within that framework, we have to think of a very distinctive, responsible, and self-aware mindsets or set of mindsets that can really push forward not only what has been happening, for example, in sustainability. A lot of people speak about sustainable fashion, but a lot of people are doing greenwashing. I'm not referring to that category which uses the framework or the word just to do horrible things. I'm referring to the ones who are really incorporating in their design values what they stand for. And it's the same about copyright, and it's the same about IP. We really need to comprehend how we can shift the system, and now through digital platforms, to everything that's happening with the emergence of AI. It is a moment, a revolutionary moment. Let's just refer to the last season of fashion shows where we had so many changes at the big houses with creative directors taking the lead and making a huge step forward in building a better future for those brands. In this case, and in those cases, it's all about thinking about how the future can be formed, not as in trends, but as in ideas, concepts, and knowledge.
Harrie, I believe we have a closing statement. Or not?
We have a closing statement, yes.
Do we still have time or not?
You can still have a few minutes.
Great!
Cool!
So I wanted to, oh, it's back. I wanted to add something and ask you, all of you, if you feel the same. What struck me the last few months, you know, if we are being honest, we have problems in our respective fields as writers, as comedians, fashion designer, musicians, writers slash journalists slash failed comedian. We all have been ignorant or not very good at claiming our rights. But what is happening right now with AI, notably, is an acceleration. And the problem with that acceleration, I do believe, is that our temporalities between the legal landscape and the creative, the artistic landscapes, is that it will be very much faster to destroy us and to blow us away than to recreate us. I mean, I think the first issue and our first threat, and I'd like to hear a little bit of you on that, is the time. We are running out of time. Or not. I don't know.
If I may? Yeah. Basically, looking at the music world, because that's my world that I can speak about, we've had similar issues happening like that. If you go back, gosh, in the 1920s, you had big bands. For many reasons, but one basic reason was the fact that big ones left because jukeboxes were invented and amplification was invented, meaning you can have smaller groups. Somewhere along the line, what are we talking about, 70s, synthesizer, Mr. Moog had developed something that was a whole room eventually. We had a nice keyboard, DX7, Yamaha, perfect thing, replacing violinists, trumpet players, etc., etc. You would mix them with real instruments. You could have your orchestra mostly done in musical performances, for instance. So we've seen the trend always, and you know, whether it's photography replacing what the artist did, as in, I want my portrait painted, then the artist all of a sudden developed, as a positive side, okay, we are now painting artists and we can do something else than always because Johnny wants his wife to be painted, etc., etc. In that respect, I think AI has, although a very small one in my respect, a positive side as well. I mean, let's face it, lots of our students, kids, young kids, they're quasi-born with a telephone in their hand. I'm afraid I have to say it that way. We as adults do the same. Oftentimes we're constantly with that thing. And if you look at it, in Korea, for instance, there is a completely AI banned. The advantage, yeah, everybody can talk to them. They do make use of human voices, by the way, voiceovers in this respect. But, so there is a market that is redeveloped and that pushes music into a different direction, in a tempo that nobody can keep up with, because that's the problem. Everything goes faster, but that goes for everything. The world goes so fast at the moment, also in the art world. So there is positiveness to it, but you have to watch that the negative side doesn't take over, which is different, in my humble opinion, from, for instance, the amplification that was invented, and thus we could have smaller groups performing in dance halls way back then. Is it a threat that it goes fast? Yes. Do we have to watch? Yes. Are we behind? Always. And I don't think you can ever catch up with it, because it's like, and it's a comment out of the police world, as the police says, you have to be a real good thief in order to understand what the thief is going to do next.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Same goes for everything that we do in art. Unfortunately, but I think that's the truth.
Mm. I just want to say that listening to you all, I think we need really a long-term responsible thinking about artists, that we are not a hobbyist. We really create something which is the wealth richness of Europe. And we, as I said, create jobs. And the world, as you said, is really spinning up right now. And when I look at people right now, everybody are in phones. So already our brains are colonized. But if we do not have, let's say, European content in it, really pure European, then we will be just colonized by other powers, and that's scary. I mean, really scary, maybe not for us because we still can read, our generation, but the generation of our kids and our grandkids, that this will be probably the end of reading and creating in Europe if we will not protect us artists.
I don't think we are running out of time. I think it's the perfect time to renegotiate, actually, because that sort of appeal, you know, with AI, that massive information about AI today, everybody talks about it. That's the perfect time. It's better to be protected than not being protected. It's never too late. So actually, I feel confident about our future, but that's why we are here, to work on it and together and to build that huge framework in Europe and in the rest of the world for us. So I think it's the perfect time.
Well, when you asked that, I thought about a quote from Tennessee Williams, which says, "Time is the longest distance between places." And of course, it's a metaphor as well, because it can be physical places, but it can be also symbolical places. And for fashion, it's not I'm not talking about now the brand, but the fact that I'm wearing a Japanese designer. I was talking with persons from the Belgian school, and I was talking about the Belgian school of thought today, and the Japanese school, and the Scandinavian school. All these places, conceptual places for the fashion training, are having a very powerful philosophy about the destructive part of fast fashion and the beautiful part of slow fashion. And of course, slow fashion can be thought only by comprehending the fact that we are really running out of time, in the sense that we are not protecting the creative and ecosystems. And I really believe that slow fashion is a kind of symbolic answer to your question.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you. And a warm applause for Simon, Simon, Andy, Lucien, Natalie, and Krishna. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And of course, you gave us some homework as well, but that's okay. I mean, that's why we exist, of course. Thank you very much. And indeed, we have come now to the end of this conference, and we have a closing statement from Maravilla Sabadia Jover, and she is member of the European Parliament. Maravilla.
Thank you, Harrie, and thank also João, Executive Director, for your work leading this organization. And thank you to all the speakers and the creators who have shared their stories today. Listening to you reminds us that copyright is not a legal abstraction. It is the living framework that allows Europe's creators to work, innovate, and inspire. I am particularly pleased to attend this conference and to take part in the launch of the Copyright Knowledge Center. This new initiative will become the backbone of EUIPO's work in this field, building on tools such as the Out of Commerce Works portal and complementing the office's vital efforts in awareness, enforcement, and education. These initiatives form a solid foundation for Europe's capacity to tackle the persistent threat of online piracy, because the challenge remains enormous. According to the EUIPO's 2024 study, Internet users in the EU still access illegal content on average 10 times per month. This is not a victimless. It undermines an ecosystem that contributes 7% of the EU's GDP and provides over 17 million jobs. As a member of the Employment and Social Affairs, I view these industries as an essential pillar of Europe's social fabric. They sustain millions of families and shape our cultural identity. Piracy does not only erode revenues, it erodes confidence, opportunities, and creativity itself. Every illegal stream or download weakens the conditional that allow a musician, a writer, or an actor to keep creating. That is why I commend the EUIPO for its leadership in this area, notably through its work on live event piracy. The creation of a specialized network of national authorities following the Commission 2023 recommendation, whose conclusions are about to be released, shows the kind of practical cooperation we need. The 3 sessions we have heard today have been particularly enlightening, providing valuable food for thought also for our work in the European Parliament. Whether on copyright and digital challenges, the accumulation of IP rights from a business perspective, or the testimonies for creators themselves. But protection alone is not enough. Copyright must also evolve to stay relevant in a rapidly changing technological landscape. The debates we are having in the European Parliament's Jury Committee on generative AI illustrate the magnitude of this challenge. We must craft a framework that reconciles technological innovation with fair remuneration and transparency to rights holders. The same principles apply to the accumulation of copyright with other IP rights, a reality in many creative sectors, which shows how creativity, innovation, and business thrive together when the legal framework is clear and predictable. Finally, I want to thank the creators who spoke before me. Your testimonies have brought to life what copyright truly means: freedom, dignity, and recognition. You reminded us that Europe's cultural strength lies not only in our laws, but in the human stories they protect. Let this new Copyright Knowledge Center be a meeting place between policy and practice, between creators and institutions. Together, we can ensure that Europe remains the best place in the world to create and to make a living from creativity. Thank you very much, but I now look forward to the housewarming cocktail and the live performances, and I am quite sure that the second day of the conference will be as successful and inspiring as the first one. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, maravillas. Well, we have come to the close of the first day. I first now look into the camera to those who follow us today online, and you know what? I understand there have been more than 1,000 people following this conference live, actually. We hope to see you all back tomorrow, or not, of course, haha. But we start at 9:30 sharp here. And for those who are here in the room, please go outside now to the main hall where we will start the celebrations to launch the EUIPO Copyright Knowledge Center. Thank you.